Let me tell you all a tale of the TCL Season 3. First, we started with 8 teams, a whole slew of teams that seemed like it would be the most competitive season of the TCL yet. And from 8, we went down to 7, but we won't really talk about that one. And then from the 7, we got our top 6 teams. And today is the first day of the TCL Season 3 playoffs. My name is Sir Aaron, and I am joined by my compatriot in the top lane, Tokumon Panda.
How we doing? It's good to be here. Looking forward to some big action in these games tonight. Team Dark Horse, Team Kangaroo Corral. Looking forward to seeing what we've got prepared for us here tonight. And of course, following that, we've got our follow-up matchup.
Yeah, today is the first ever back-to-back best of 5 series for the playoffs. So we are in for a long day of matches. And just to look back at some of the history between the Dark Horses and Kangaroo Corral, in the one match that they played against each other, the Dark Horses came out on top. Or not the Dark Horses. Yeah, Dark Horses, sorry. Names are long. They actually won that match in the third game. So, Dark Horses being the third seed against the sixth seed of the Kangaroo Corral, obviously, there would be maybe some obvious expectations on who would come out on top, especially knowing their history. So, kind of getting a little bit of a pre-game prediction here, Tokumon. Who do you think is really going to come out here in this best of 5?
Yeah, there's definitely I definitely say the favorite here is Team Dark Horse by seed and by expectation. That being said, we've got a quite a matchup in the top lane, Lyle Walt and the Music X. We're expecting, pretty tight matchup there. And mid lane, both I'll take mid and Lynn the Legend, very capable of putting out big carry performances and swinging a game almost single-handedly in either favor. And of course, I mean, it could go either way, but I'm going to have to take the favorites tonight and say I'm putting my money on Team Dark Horse.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you there. And really, I think it's all around the player that Lin is. I think the impact that he not only brings just in his individual skill, but really as a leader of the team, right? I think there are definitely a lot of teams that have one really, really strong member that just can solely carry the game. And I think on the other side for the Kangaroo Corral, I think a lot of times that is Lyle, but it's a lot mid lane seems to be a lane that is just so much more ability to really actually have that agency to carry the game. And I think that's how you could see this team be so powerful throughout the season.
Yeah, and you can never underestimate the fact that Lin is pulling typically between 3 and 5 bans each game. That pretty much ensures, well, he is often pretty back on his list of comfort picks. The rest of his team typically gets their shot at one of their either first or second pick champions in pretty much every game, and you can't underestimate the impact that can have in a matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of the bans, we are officially in 2 Champ Select. So coming over for the Dark Horses, you got the Camille and the Diana taken away there. Obviously, we've seen how Lyle throughout his tenure in the TCL has been a very, very proficient Camille. So that's a good ban. And then, as Pokemon, you were saying, you got the double ban there with the Fizz and the Cassidin taken away from Lin.
Right, and that's pretty much to be expected. I'm thinking that their third ban here may go. I'm guessing the third ban will probably be another mid laner of Lin's taken away, and there goes the Galio. So Camille, pretty much what we're expecting from them out of the top lane. Lyle Walt, big time threat on that champion. Okay, and there goes Sivir, actually, one of Droid's preferred picks.
Yeah, I definitely do like the Sivir takeaway because I think, at least from the matches that I watched many times ago, I think the safety that the Sivir can and kind of the ease of the Q throwing is kind of allows Droid to have a little bit of an easier time in the bot lane, since obviously him not being I would say I don't believe he's an AD carry main. So obviously going into the AD carry role for the season, there's been some matches where he's been on the Jinx, where he's just kind of needed to auto a little bit more. He hasn't really autoed that well. So I think that's a good ban from them. And then with the first round of picks, we've got the top lane matchup already decided, most likely. Actually, no, that's probably not true because the Nocturne probably is going to Music X, but they will be the Mordekaiser first pick there for Lyle.
Yeah, and that's something that we can probably expect coming out pretty frequently tonight, in both directions. I'm actually a little bit surprised Music didn't want to snag that Mordekaiser right away, but I'm thinking there may be a shot that we get a mage top lane out of Music. That being said, though, yeah, Lyle, Mordekaiser, he's got a chance to make a big influence on this game, especially when you've got a mid laner like Lin, who is bringing so much value to your late game. He can walk up and he has to pay a tax on either a QSS or spend his time fighting and potentially dying in the death realm. And there's Mundo, a classic counterpick into that Mordekaiser top lane. I'm expecting a good time out of the top here.
Yeah, definitely. I think Mordekaiser can have a little bit more agency into that matchup just simply because of how strong he can be into his ultimate. And if Mordekaiser is able to pop that passive shield, he can do well. But if he does fall behind, this becomes a really, really tough matchup. But one of the champions I would have mentioned for Lin is his Echo. Very, very strong on it. Has played so many games where he's dropped 10 plus kills. And so he will be piloting this for game number 1.
Yeah, and Echo, like you're saying, it's like not one of his less comfortable picks. And Nico for Eli, we're getting a pretty comfortable mid lane picks from both of them here. This is a lot of potential for either of our mid laners to pop off here.
Yeah, I do think Nico has at least grown into priority just because I think she's been buffed recently. Obviously not a very common mid laner to see, but she still can be very, very powerful, especially with the CC of her ultimate. Also just in her kit in general. So seeing how I'll take mid, who most likely will have this champion, will be able to palette that will be fun. But as we're getting into the second round of bans, we do have the Seraphine taken away in case maybe they wanted to throw that onto Sword.
Yeah, and honestly, that could have been a droid pick too. It's something that they've played in the past, and it kind of leans itself into that whole droid not really sure if he's an AD carry kind of player. And the Sivir pick where he sits back, farms, Jinx likewise, and Seraphine where he's had some pretty significant impact in and the games that he's locked it in. So it's definitely possibly a flexible ban.
Yeah, and the rest of the bands coming around, I do like the targeting there on Wally has been sometimes been targeted a lot in these games in champ
Hmm.
select or in the game itself. So taking away some of his comfort to give him a little bit tougher time, like the Zek, I think is a great idea. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a second jungle ban here, but it will be the Rel actually taken away there from
Okay.
Tilted Tom. Then the Leona will round out the bans for the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, Leona and Rel are two champions I think that we can pretty consistently expect to see banned in the second round of draft, depending, of course, on whether or not the supports have locked in or not. Rel's something that Tom is really comfortable on. He can be a really big impact player on that champion. Likewise, Swordmaster, the Leona main, he can do a lot with that champion. It's just rather put them both back off on their at least not their front foot.
Yeah, and then the Trundle will be locked in, giving the counter pick. So this could be a flex Nico still. This Nico could be going support is a thing to give maybe a better matchup, but I'm pretty sure the Nico was taken in response to the Echo. So I guess maybe they're
Right.
considering if the Nocturne could be going top and the Echo could be going jungle since that has been a flex.
Hmm.
Or they're just giving a support capability to the Tom there. But the Senna locked in with Joy, the last one to pick here.
I'm thinking that's at the very least a flex pick for Tilted Tom. I'm guessing that Trundle is going to be going into support, and looks like we're going to see maybe a Cho'Gath Senna bot lane. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a fasting Senna on the part of Droid here, and kind of want to see. This could be the brand jungle he's been asking for it.
Yeah, Brand Jungle I think would be a very, very interesting pick there. I don't think it will be locked in.
It'd be at the
If it
very
would
least
be,
spicy.
it would be. Oh, okay.
Now, of
So
course,
I
it
do
could be brand support, but I've heard Wally talking about the brand jungle.
right. I do think the Trundle makes it a little bit odd in the composition if he doesn't go jungle. So I do think Brand support makes a lot of sense. I guess I don't hate it too because of the Cho'Gath that just kind of just throws off this draft in general. I would have expected that to be going to Music X, and maybe you have the Mundo go jungle, but then the Nocturne's combo to play. So this is definitely an
Hmm.
interesting composition from really both of these teams.
Yeah, and the question here is, how many of these champions is T going to be deleting on cooldown later on into this game here? And I'm looking at it mostly, he's gonna be going for Nico, Brand, and Zaya. Zaya's got her R at the very least back route for a second. And I wouldn't be shocked to see pretty early Zonias from the sides of both Nico and Brand. So should be interesting to see how much solo agency this Nocturne's gonna have into the mid to late game here.
For sure. I think you can definitely see what kind of composition that the Dark Horses are going for, just based on their champions, right? With that Nocturne, with the Echo. On top of even the Mundo, too, there's a lot of dive here that they can just run
Mhm.
you down and keep running you down. And with champions like Nico and Brand, definitely will be needing that kind of stopwatch to just extend their life, allowing the Mordekaiser to maybe kill someone in his ultimate, just be able to do that massive AoE damage with his passive, and as well as, the Zaya just be free farming the back lane. Um, I do like the Chrono though here from Wally, just simply because of the tanks on the Dark Horses, because his ultimate would just be able to really steal all those stats to hopefully be able to at least chew through one of the front line quickly enough.
Right. And like you're saying, front Team Dark Horse here, they've got two big beefy frontliners, right, in Mundo and Cho'Gath. So they're looking to play front to back with those two in Senna, hitting from the back line. But at the same time, Nocturne and Echo are not going to allow the other team to play front to back, right? That's good. They're going to be right up on Brand, Zaya, and Nico. And, Trundle and Mordekaiser, outside of Mordekaiser's R, I don't really consider either of them as big time peel champions.
Yeah,
Like they can sit there beating the crap out of Mundo and Cho'Gath, but I mean, I don't know how fast are they going to be able to do that while Nocturne and Echo are on their carries.
yeah, for sure. I think that's one of the troubles that the Kangaroo Corral is going to experience, right? Because really the only consistent, well, actually, Brand is pretty consistent damage, but he's not going to be able to chew through these tanks the same way that Zaya can when she gets to the LDR. But Zaya's not going to be just let to free farm for free, or at
Yeah,
least free hits, because you've got, like we said, the Nocturne and Echo to dive into that back line. And plus, if Jordan is just able to farm up and get those souls, if he does go for the fasting kind of lane, which I think is probably the way that they're going to go about it, it's going to be a really tough composition to really try to execute on, because Mordekaiser can only do so much damage, as well as Trundle. They're going to be trying to dive into the front, their back line, while you're just getting dove upon by, depending on how Nocturne and Echo play in these games and how fed they are, it could be very, very difficult to see what happens.
right. And this game, like we said earlier, it could easily go either way. And I think a lot of that will be dictated by how the jungle pressure swings in the early game here.
Yeah, for sure. So, as we're about to get into the first match here of the quarterfinals, whose draft do you prefer this game? Who do you think will be taking game number one?
Draft has not really changed my position on what I think the outcome of this game and series is going to be. Team Dark Horse looks they got a pretty solid draft. I think they're pretty comfortable with what they picked there. That's all well within bounds of what they've played and practiced before, stuff they've been showing comfort on. And it's not that I necessarily hate Kangaroo Corral's comp. I don't even dislike it really, but I just feel like Team Dark Horse is gonna synergize and they have maybe a little bit easier ease of execution into this game.
For sure, 100% agree. I do think that Speedy and Tilted Tom are probably the better bot duo. Lyle's got, I think, the advantage topside just a little bit. I think Music X is a very, very proficient player, just simply in the tank kind of matchup to be able to play that weak side. Obviously, we also seen him win just straight up weak side against players like Blood. Um, I think jungle obviously is in favor of Teague, and then I do think I'll give the mid lane edge to Lin. But I would agree that their comp is just, I think, much easier to execute on, and there's a lot more potential for mistakes to be not as apparent, and then they can be covered up pretty easily.
Yeah, and that's something I'm going to be curious to keep an eye on here early on is how much Tilted Tom as Brand is going to be able to beat away on Swordmaster's Cho'Gath during the laning phase. He does have Cho'Gath, I mean, he's got solid sustain built into his passive, particularly if, with that support item, it's going to be a fasting Senna. He's gonna have a chance to sustain through the lane if he plays it carefully.
Yeah, but as we've been saying, it all really comes down to that execution, because there is the reality of, if the Kangaroo Corral just hard smashes every single lane, and this composition can really never get to a point when they can really be strong for the Dark Horses, then obviously this would be a game that could spiral out of control if it got to that point, but I don't foresee that, especially knowing that the Dark Horses are our 3rd seed playing against the 6th seed of King of Corral. But starting off here, we do have the bot side start for both of these junglers. We'll have to see who decides to go for the priority invade first.
All right, no Brand Burn stealing any buffs, so off to a good start here.
Yeah, would not want to see the early game mistakes here like that. Now, I think Brand would definitely be not the worst champion to have the blue buff on, just because he can just spam those spells in lane. And Brand is also just a very, very annoying champion to play against if you can just keep laying on that poke, and then he will be forcing off your bot duo. So as long as Droid and Sword don't take all these free autos, and good trade there by Droid to get some poke back, then they should be able to sustain through the lane.
Yeah, and with between the Cho'Gath passive and the Senna heal, they should have decent sustain built in there. And Lin should be having a not great time probably here for the first couple of levels in lane. CS maybe reflecting that a little bit. And as kind of expected, we've got Mordekaiser pushing Mundo in, while Teague is doing what looks like a full clear. And there is that early ward from Lyle. Gonna potentially spot out Teague when he makes his way up here. And it looks like probably Wally gets to that Scuttle Crab first.
Yeah, especially with the how far push away with the priority that Lyle does have to be able to walk down there with Wall to secure that. And as well, ward there, perfect spot to see if Teague is going to leave to the river to take that. So they should be able to get that 2v2, especially with Mordekaiser should be a little bit stronger here in the early game. But I'll take mid is roaming over as well, so yeah, there should be a free Scuttle for the King of Corral.
Teague's gonna probably spot it out with that and just, walk away.
Yep, so nice use of priority there by the King of Corral.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they're communicating well, and Wally may be looking for, help him push in mid lane and then maintain that priority for a double Scuttle.
Yeah, and not only that, if you just were looking down there, the bot lane of King of Corral rotated up to pop the passive shield there on the Scuttle Crab. So they are playing around Wally a lot to make sure that he gets ahead of Teague to make sure that they control the pace of the game. But Teague is coming up here potentially for maybe just an early invade. Lyle might have seen him.
I don't think Lyle has seen him there. I think he may have been... Oh, no, he definitely saw him.
Yeah, and that ward will obviously 100% solidify that fact, as he's going to probably just try to get Teague out of here. Not really much that Lyle can do.
Yeah.
Or at least Teague for the same fact, because Music X is too far away. But mid lane, off screen, I'll take mid with the solo kill against Lin. Ignite difference come into play there. So that is a really, really well done solo kill. We'll get the replay right here.
Yeah, it looks like Flash. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just perfect flash into stun, into solo kill there. So, bot lane though, Joy will be getting a little bit of poke back there on Tilted Tom. Actually is doing very, very well. Swordmaster is low on mana, as we do have the Trundle walking down, as Lin will TP back to mid.
Alright, looks like nothing may be doing down there. Yeah, Eli making that really aggressive early play, as he's known to be, a pretty aggro laner, stepping up, making that flash ignite play, not hesitating in the slightest, really. And Lin, I will have to note, still has flash up, so he's still got the agency to make a play here, and he'll be hitting level 6 soon.
Yeah, for sure, but this is definitely good looks from the King of Corral off the bat. Then shutting down a player like Lin is definitely the way you want to go. And especially if Altec mid can get super, super far ahead, he'll just be such an annoying champion with all the poke he'll be throwing out. But yeah, Dragon just did spawn. We did see that Wall Warp decide not to start that up.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big wave that Music managed to push in there under Lyle's tower. Looked like Lyle maybe wanted to dance, but would have been probably a little risky in a minion wave that size. And looks like bot lane and Teague, they're both going to get a back off here, as well as some vision onto the Dragon.
Yeah, so really this early game is just all based off the plays in the mid lane, since CS is almost even across the board, with the bot duo of Droid and Sword just being a little bit probably behind just for the nature of their combo. and their composition. Then obviously Music and Lyle just very close in CS.
Yeah, so how do you feel about the Mundo against Mordekaiser matchup up there? I'm more of a Mundo guy in that matchup. Like I'd prefer to be the guy on Mundo than the guy on Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I think of all the champions to play into Mundo, I think I would just prefer Mordekaiser in general. I would say he's not the worst pick to play into him. He's obviously not the best because the passive shield of Mundo just really kind of nullifies your E, which sucks. But because of how you can just ult onto Music, onto Mundo, as Wally might be in a little bit of trouble here. We will have the walkdown of Lyle, so this will be a 2v2 most likely. We'll be able to pop here. Also, Nico is here with, I believe, here, TP coming in. As I did, Lin Legend is here as well. Wally will be probably the first one to die here, as he will be in the ultimate. Everyone's CC'd up here in the beginning of this fight. Damage now coming out for Lyle, as he will not be able to get the E there onto Lin the Legend. Lyle trying to take him down very, very low HP, but the ultimate will come out. Lyle now in a 3v1 will be able to flash out Altec mid. Great stun there. Takes down T, as Music X is very, very low. Altec mid will just be getting a little bit more damage on him. Should be able to stun him. Going to kill him. Ooh, won't land there, but Lin the Legend does get the stun there onto Altec mid. This most likely will be his death.
Get back there, Lyle.
Yeah, Lyle now here for support. Ooh, Lin very, very low. One more auto, but he's going to be able to get out, and that is a... What was that? A 2 or 3 for... Actually, that was a 2 for nothing for the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, Wally getting away by the skin on his teeth and the hair on his knuckles. Barely making it out there, and Altec mid is really stepping up, making the clutch play, picking up a clean double kill. And, you know, even though he was not able to secure the kill on Lin in the death round, Lyle doing a lot of damage there, making a lot of impact, and delaying that fight long enough for mid to pick up those kills. Transition into a dragon on top of it.
Yeah, and this is the best start that the Kangaroo Corral could have hoped for. And that fight definitely looked a little bit disadvantageous for the Kangaroo Corral, since it looked like Wild Warp was getting caught out, jumped over the wall with the blast cone, looking like Music X was going to be able to support his team immediately. But it was just really, really well played. I think you saw how there was just the one moment where all the CC landed, where Echo W stunned everyone up on top of the R from the Nico. So looked like it could have been going wrong for both sides, but it was just very, very well played there by the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, really easily looked like it could have gone either way there, and just fell out. You know, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. I'll just note, I'll take mid hitting all of his CC, just really clutch play, and maybe perhaps a little bit of an overextension on the side of Dark Horse, getting a little over aggressive here. I do think of them as more of a late game team, and I will note that it is a 2K gold advantage here at 19 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely think the side of the Dark Horses do scale so well, right? When Silent gets all those stacks, when Cho'Gath gets all of the armor with the Mundo, on top of, obviously, the burst potential that Lin and T can have, they definitely want to play for this late game. So even though, you know, they went down early, that's a little bit to be expected. So, you know, not really too much of a worry. They just have to make sure that, you know, don't really die too much more, or else then they'll might have to try to force these plays here.
Yeah, and notably, you know, Droid and Swordmaster keeping it alive down there, losing a couple plates, a little bit of gold down there, a little bit of pressure, but not dying, not giving Speedy a whole lot to work with in terms of gold to put into the mid to late game here. But I'll take mid sitting very pretty. You know, if you want somebody fed at this point in the game, I'd say that's your man, and he's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, and you saw how the trading worked there onto Lin with the Electrocute of the Nico. Full HP against Lin's almost half because of the healing from the Corrupting Pop. And, you know, Altec mid 3-0 is going to be a very, very strong champion. You saw how, you know, Teak went for the invade, considered going there onto the Nico, but did not, maybe because Lin wasn't confident about his low HP. So they're definitely probably going to have a little bit more high action here in the mid lane, as Wally might be going for a gank, actually, or maybe just a support here, top lane.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he's just positioning. I'm guessing he knows that Teague is in his top side, if not necessarily on his blue buff. And thank you, production. We get a little peek of the gold, and yeah, look at that. Most of that 2K gold lead is sitting on your mid lane. You know, that's 1.5 there. Yeah, sitting on mid, and he's gonna be coming back to lane with a mythic here, I think. Yep.
Yep, Proto Belt,
Yep.
they are finished, so he will be able to run on top of you to get that Pop Blossom for the Nico, as Teague will maybe just bait out the Rift Herald Star and just back off into his own jungle, as Wally was there. But yeah, I mean, this is, a very, very scary Nico at this point. But the rest of the team across the map, outside of the one team fight, is doing just fine. CS is just a little bit in favor of Speedy and Tilted Tom down here, but Droid is obviously just going to get those souls. I believe he has 30. Is that 33?
That is 33. I don't like to see them freeze that out, but it's not the end of the world. Looks like Speedy is more than willing to push.
And he will be able to get the Q Rupture as the Ignite does come down, flash onto him as the Teague ultimate will come in, ult there from the Xayah as well. But Tilted Tom does take down Teague before he gets taken down. Speedy will be running down Swordmaster trying to execute him as Altec Mid will be here to join the fight. Low mana means he cannot get enough feathers on top of that. Flash there again for Altec Mid onto both of the members. Very, very low HP. Droid taken down. Double kill for the Xayah as Lyn the Legend is too late to watch his members die. That is a 3-for-1 for the Kangaroo Corral again.
Wow. I mean, I can't help but think it kind of looked like Teague was waiting to finish off Tom to let Sword get that Cho'Gath ulti off. I'm not sure if it was a function of being out of his auto attack range, being a melee champion, but that was just tragic.
Yeah, and you saw that. It was a really, really well-timed play, right? That's Lyn the Legend's going to be taking a lot of poke here there from Altec Mid. But, it was a really great play as, actually Altec Mid gets flashed on there by Lyn, but Tilted Tom is here to support. A lot of damage taken as we're looking top lane. Now we're back into the mid lane. Teague, very, very low HP. Tilted Tom does so much AoE damage. Lyn does pull up the ultimate to keep him alive a little bit longer, but unfortunately, he might? Yeah, he'll live here. He'll just slowly burn down there as ultimate just barely saves him with the flash away, but Kangaroo Corral is not stopping as they pop the Rift Herald, and this is most likely going to be first tower.
Yeah, and I'll take mid. I gotta say it absolutely lights out with his skill shots, in particular his CCs today. He's hitting everything. He's CCing everybody, doing all the damage. I mean, this is the carry performance I was looking for out of him.
Yeah, I don't think he's missed one Q this entire game, and you saw how well he's been trading against Lyn in the mid lane, and it's just he is going to be the reason why his team is going to win this first game. I think if there's any person, I think Lyle's just going to be scaling so well since he's basically this is the story of top lane not doing much, so Lyle just being very, very strong. Speedy and Tilted Tom obviously able to turn around that 2v2, but Teague is back again, and this will be the death there of Tilted Tom as he will be given over to Droid, so that's a nice shutdown given to him as they got maybe a little bit overextended, but Wild Wolf will be able to clear out that vision. Doesn't decide to go for the Ocean Dragon just yet, though.
Yeah, this is some big trading. This is about when I would say I'd say Mundo still has an advantage here, but with that low health, Mordekaiser very easily could be talking to dive here. Mundo does have ult up, so decent bit of a health return, and notably, Lyle Walt not taking the Reformed Bully strategy. He does not have a Bramble Vest. He does not have a Orb. He's not worried about the healing cuts apparently. I'm not sure I'd like to get maybe Bully into comment, but looks like a fight bot.
Yeah, Wild Wolf will be trying to get there onto Swordmaster, but ultimate there from Droid will be able to push them off Sword. Very, very tanky down there, so not the best one to run down. But with 3 members here from the Kangaroo Corral, they should be able to rotate here over to the Dragon. But Lyn is here. We do have TP there onto Music. Lyle Walt is already rotating down, so this will be a 5v4 if the Dark Horses do decide to take it. But they will just give that up Dragon, and that will be the Cloud Dragon soul for this game. 2 dragons already for the Kangaroo Corral. Not the preferable Dragon. They probably would have loved to have an Infernal just with the poke here from the Brand and Nico, but not the worst, I guess, one to have at this point.
Alright, I can't resist. 4 Windrake Cho'Gath, please.
4 Windrake Cho'Gath.
I gotta see it. I just need to see it. I need Teague to step up, start getting a few dragons here, maybe a little bit more pressure out of Droid and Sword. I can see the comeback. I can see it.
Well,
But they gotta stop dying.
Yeah, it definitely starts with them getting just a really strong pick here and there, transitioning it over into, some kind of neutral objective. Hopefully that being the dragon, to stop the soul sacking, because that will definitely give a really, really big win con there over the King of Corral. Lyle, though, was just, doing very, very well into this matchup.
Ooh.
Mundo did get the first item. He did, same gold. He is just a little bit behind, but Music X, I think, is definitely just playing for the slow scale game, as Lyle's
This
just
is the
trying
kill
to, I think, push him
condition
out.
right here. He's got about 10 seconds with no passive here. If he steps up to farm, I think Lyle could maybe do it to him.
Yeah, especially with Wild here in the wings, they could be looking for a dive, potentially, since this would be really the best moment to do so. I don't believe that
I think his passive is up now.
Yeah, if Lyle had good healing cut, I think this would be a really better dive. But, while we're not going for the dive, Lyle will be not able to catch up to him. He actually will go for the flash R.
This is it.
Does land it. Mundo does have his ult pop, though, so he will be trying to get back under tower. But great E there from Music X. Great E there from Lyle. Will be able to pull in Music X, but Lin trying to save his dead teammate, and he cannot get anything back. So really, really great setup dive there for the King of Corral.
Yeah, and Mordekaiser with his statted up from his ultimate and big shield stacked up from all that damage he just dealt. Not really the time that Lin's going to be looking for to fight here.
Yeah, and this is definitely not the momentum that the Dark Horses need. They definitely need to try to take control of this game and put it into their own hands. So they're kind of just letting the King of Corral, run them over. And that might be a little bit indicative of how we talked about how they definitely are a scaling side on the Dark Horses. So it's really, really not the end of the world just yet. It's just looking a lot more difficult, since they need to really clean up their play, since already 0-3 on Teague, 0-2 on Music X, Tower taking their top side by Lyle, and so it's just being, the hill gets ever more steeper as the minutes go on.
Right. Definitely not a lost cause yet. Definitely looking favorable to Kangaroo Corral, though. At this point in the game, I'm not feeling great about my prediction. I'm not eating my words yet, but I'm not feeling great about it either.
Slow game ones do exist. There's been a lot of teams that have started slow, but then they came back for the 2 wins. As looked like the Kangaroo Corral wanted to go for something, as Teague is now ulting right on to the Trundle. Ulter from the center tries to do some, but Lin will be able to take down Wally as he cannot get out in time. So, hey, that's what they need. Get a few picks there, try to transition that. Unfortunately, no objectives are up, but a pick is a pick, and that does get you a little bit back into the game.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we should be seeing coming out from in combination like Echo and Nocturne, right? Like they've got pretty good pick potential. Senna herself, Droid, he has a chance with his route to lay out a pick. And Swordmaster has got Shogath, that Q is big knock up slow. You got a silence to cancel their ability to get out. They should be able to pick up picks here and there, provided that they ward up well, and of course provided that Kangaroo Corral is overstepping their bounds a little bit.
You saw that Tilted Tom was on vision, so he tried to go maybe through the cheeky Q into the stun. Could not get that, as Speedy was soloing Rift Herald there. Len will be able to dash away from Lyle. But this is exactly what you want to see from the King Corral with their lead. They're going for the invades into the jungle, looking to steal away all the camps, give the least amount of gold possible to the Dark Horses to just keep their lead as big as it can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've just got to say, Kangaroo Corral has been playing with a sense of purpose in this game, and they've really been moving around the map, making things happen proactively. And this is I think, I've got to say, this is definitely the best early game that I can remember seeing them play.
Yeah, but you have to remember, this is a best of 5. We have a lot of games ahead of us. So, the side of Dark Horses are not the 3rd seed for no reason. So, definitely could see them draft a much more aggressive competition in the future games. They're also still not out of this game. It is a 6k gold lead in favor of the Kangaroo Corral, but it could quickly turn if there's just one good team fight. And Mundo is able to get a kill or 2, Senna is able to get something, Cho'Gath is able to get more tanky or get a few stacks, and this game could definitely turn around very, very quickly. But the Kangaroo Corral seems like they're not going to allow that to happen with any mistakes.
Yeah, I'd like to see them claw this one back. It's going to have to start, I think, with the next dragon. But on the other hand, Kangaroo Corral is going to be looking to probably take this Baron away before that 4-minute timer expires on the dragon. Granted, it would be pretty safe to just wait, try to force that Dragon Soul fight, set it up ahead of time, basically wait it out, and try to use that hefty gold advantage that you've accumulated. But I don't know. Based on how aggressively they've been playing, I kind of expect to see them try to set up and lock in a Baron take before these next 4 minutes run out.
Yeah, I think they definitely have the items for the champions to do so, right? We get Zion 2 items. Lyle is on 2 items as well. The Trundle almost has 2 items. You've got the 2 items there on Altec mid, waiting for the Magic Pen item. So he's really, really playing for just the get in there, burst these champions. So Wally will be trying to take T, but cannot land the pillar to pop that, or at least cannot land the pillar to knock him up. Swordmaster is here. Wally and Lyle will be able to get him. He will be able to flash over the wall with the Senna to help out just a little bit. So it looks like they're trying to get some things up. Steve now going to the back line, going on to Took the Tom. Should be able to take him down very, very shortly. He will fall. Lyle's doing a lot of damage to him from the back line. Then the Legend pops his ultimate, gets out of the Death Realm. But now I'll pick mid. Huge pop awesome there. Lyle takes down Lin as a double kill goes over to Lyle as the Cho'Gath falls. And this should be Baron now for the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, starting out with just a vision difference, it looks like, in that bush. Swordmaster ending up a little bit out of position, getting picked up, taking rather a ult from Trundle, and it looks like maybe a little bit of dancing here, but I don't think they can contest no, and that goes over to Team Kangaroo Corral. They're looking pretty for this to set up a push and then be primed for a dragon take in 2 minutes here.
Yeah, I think it looked decent to start, with T immediately just blowing up to the Tom in the back line. But unfortunately, these champions are just too far behind on the side of Dark Horses. There's just really not enough damage. And also, the tanks aren't tanky enough. So, 9k gold lead just about at this point. The Dragon spawning about 2 minutes. Now with the Baron buff on the side of Kangaroo Corral, it's really their game to lose at this point. They should be able to close this out if, they just dot the I's and cross the T's. But, maybe if there's a few mistakes here and there could be the potential for a kind of resurgence for the Dark Horses, but it's not looking good for them at this point.
And that Rift Herald coming down on the mid lane. Looking for that last proc. Probably not going to get it, but that's a big Nico ult.
Yeah, Nico will be able to take down one, as Speedy will be able to get down the second one. That's a double kill now, as 3 members will fall for the Dark Horses, and this honestly should just be game at this point. There's really no damage here with the Senna. Senna almost takes that Q there into the face. Lin can't really do anything but maybe blow up one before he gets killed. So, Baron buff minions coming in, another wave gets here. Lyle now joins the fight. He wasn't even there to start with. It should be all but game, Death timers are not that long, but now with the wave finally reaching the tower, they should be able to just push this in. Lyle should even be able to throw up down the ultimate to secure the Nexus here, as the last tower will be destroyed. Lin trying to do whatever he can at the end of this game.
Hit the Nexus.
So low.
Hit the Nexus.
Lyle is focusing on to Lin trying to kill him. This is just 2 hits. Kill there coming through for Altec mid, and yep, that is game 1 going over to the Kangaroo Corral.
That's a beaut. That is just really well executed, really well coordinated gameplay. That's what we're looking for, right? I love to see it.
That's exactly what needs to happen, right? And I think that's probably one of the cleanest early to late game matches of the TCL thus far, at least that I've seen. I mean, the Kangaroo Corral never let down their lead. They consistently push their lead. They always look to always get as much as they possibly could. 24-minute game. Baron with the Rift Herald with just like really great overall executed match. This is definitely going to be a different look for the series now.
Yeah, and as we look at this damage chart here, not really a huge surprise. I'll take mid just putting up big numbers on Nico, and followed up by Mordekaiser beating the crap out of Music X top lane. Well played by Lyle Walt. And I mean, I guess we didn't get to see a whole lot. It didn't appear like there was a whole lot going on down there, but what we expected, Zaya and Brand exercising their lane dominance over a scaling Senna Cho'Gath who just never got the scale.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, not surprising. But the only thing that was surprising to me was how little of damage that Joy did this game. He did less damage than his counterpart in the bot
Hmm.
lane, and the Cho'Gath was going against Brand Zaya. He ever walks up, he just takes so much damage.
Right.
So I think definitely that ban we are talking about in Champ Select with taking away Droid's Sivir, I think that definitely really is his only comfort pick. And I think having Droid off of really easy to execute champions, because fasting Senna is not easy to execute. You basically need to play this lane super well. If you ever die, it becomes so difficult to really be able to get that kind of lead back into the game. So I really don't want to see Droid on Senna again. I really want to see him on something that really, give him something like the MF, the Ash, just something super simple, very easy to execute, because I don't think this kind of fasting Senna really works.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see if it slips through ban phase, that is, the Seraphine. I don't imagine that based on what happened that game that Kangaroo Corral is going to change anything up. But should Seraphine get through, I'd expect probably more impactful play from Droid, and likewise if a Sivir slides through. But again, I have a hard time seeing him getting either of those champions in the series unless they want to throw in, one of their first 3 picks his way.
Yeah, but that is obviously all to be seen. This is only game one. We still have 4 matches to go. So stick around for game two between the Dark Horses and the Kangaroo Corral, and we will be right back very shortly.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near.
It's deep in their bones, they'll run into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, guys. Legends never die. Legends never die. Legends never die. Legends never die.
All right, welcome back everyone to the quarterfinals TCL match between the Dark Horses and the Kangaroo Corral. We just saw a great game one. Kangaroo Corral came out and really just dominated. There was probably one of the shortest games we've had of the TCL this season with a nice 24-minute banger. I'll take mid, really just kind of smurfing there onto Lin in the mid lane. And what else can we say?
Yeah, I mean, he was everywhere he needed to be right when he needed to be there. And then he hit all the skill shots he needed to hit exactly when he needed to hit them on who he needed to hit them on. It was really cleanly played. Everything was good. I mean, I couldn't really find any fault with any of his gameplay or really team Kangaroo Corral's gameplay in general. It was just really good stuff.
Yeah, it was, and overall, that was just a very very solid team play and really coordination from the Kangaroo Corral. I think we were talking about how pre-game that Dark Horses third seed, obviously playing against a sixth seed, pretty easy. Who's going to win this? I probably would have said maybe 3-1. But I would have definitely been surprised to see that kind of start from the Kangaroo Corral. So I think definitely this will change the course of the series.
Yeah, and while there is something to be said for, best of fives, you have a chance to come back from being down 2-0. It is really hard to come back from being down 2-0. Like the mental boom potential in that scenario is pretty significant. So it's I on the one hand I'd love to see it, but on the other hand, like I'd also hate to see that.
Yeah, momentum definitely I think is a big factor, right? Being able to really use what is in your favor, right? Because not only that, the serious momentum of if you just had a really good game, you don't have to adapt, right? It's on the other team to really try to figure out, okay, what did we do wrong? What do we need to fix? Because if I'm the King of Corral, we just came in and we smashed. I don't have to do anything but just the same thing we just did. So I do think you have already seen that adaptation, right? Nico ban. I do think obviously the Nico was a problem. I don't think it was the champion really. I think it was just Altec mid just being very, very strong. I think in general, if I would have to really say what the problem was, I think the Kangaroo Corral really just played better in general. And the side of the Dark Horses didn't really do anything. They just kind of slowly lost the game.
Yeah, and it's hard to make comments on something like communication from our perspective when we don't get to see or hear what's going on behind the scenes. But if I had to name something, I'd have to go with communication. It just looked like Kangaroo Corral knew where everybody was and where everybody was going a minute before the Team Dark Horse did, and it was like those roams by I'll take mid. It's if Team Dark Horse knows where he is, if he's warded out, if they're communicating about where they've lost vision, they should probably, and I say that gently because I'm no one for big map awareness, but they should probably be trying to spot out some of these roams and maybe backing off.
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely communication and playing around each other was the reason why the Kangaroo Corral won, and definitely could have been a reason why maybe they got such a free win against the Dark Horses. But as you mentioned, game one, as we have the Ashcon Flash, which obviously is disabled for the first 2 weeks, and I assume it will just be disabled for the entirety of the playoffs. But Mordekaiser is probably going to be, as you said, the pick at the top lane, as now is going to Music X's hands.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody's on in the early AM today in the TCL Discord, but there's a recurring theme in there of a debate about new champions, or every time a champion is released, every time a champion is reworked, there are a couple top laners who have really big opinions on how they should be handled in their first few weeks of existence. And let's just say one of the big opinion holders happens to be in the game right now. So love to see that action flash there.
Yeah, we will see the Garen though, which is a interesting choice into the Mordekaiser. I think just in general, since Garen is not a champion you normally expect in competitive, obviously he can't just be a very, very easy to execute and standard champion. So not the I think more interesting than not, I would say, as we do have the Zac there for Wally, getting him onto probably much more aggressive champion, which I do really like. I think that's definitely what is just going to help the momentum of the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, and Lyle Walt, the only member of TCL to have locked in Garen, to the best of my knowledge. Um, I kind of hate him for it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a big fan of that champion. I told him earlier. I asked him not to play the champion because I didn't want to have to cast a game with Garen in it. Because I hate to see Garen win, but that's all Garen does. It seems like these days. So we'll be staying tuned to that. But we're looking at 3 beefy boys coming out for Team Kangaroo Corral here.
Yeah, and this is a much different look for both of these teams, right? Just in general, right? Now we have the Galio, which could be support or could be mid, which would definitely change the both of the champions that Tilted Tom and Altec Mid did play. But on the other side, we have a Kindred, which that could go mid lane, as well as jungle. Obviously, the Seraphine could be a flex as well, because that also could go mid lane, or AD carry, or support. So there's a lot of flex potential, and both these compositions now are going to be drastically different for game number 2.
Yeah, and the first 3 bands looking identical, right, for both teams. So the difference is coming in really the draft, not the bans. Big time, I think, influenced by that Mordekaiser first pick, but I love to see the Seraphine, and I mean, I've got to assume it's going to Droid. And then again, we're going to see, I'd like to see probably a Rel ban here.
Yeah, we have not had that many AD carry bans, or sorry, we have not had too many support bans. Obviously, we have the Leona banned away again.
Okay.
Varus is actually taken away here, so another, strong AD carry that is rising in prominence, much more across the pro scene. As we do have the Viego and the Echo taken away, this time banned away from the Dark Horses.
Yeah, definitely worried about the potential that Galio is going support and that I'll take mid has not locked in his champion yet.
Caitlyn, though, very, very strong AD carry. Would pair well with the Galio, relatively well, just because of the CC that the Caitlyn Galio can have. Trying to set up the traps, the snares. But we will be able to see where these champions are going now for the Kangaroo Corral. We do have the counter pick, which would decide if this guy is going to go in the mid lane or in support. Droid, not Droid, but Swordmaster will most likely be given this Nautilus, which means, do we get the AD carry pick and the Seraphine going mid with the Kindred jungle, or do we get the fun picks here?
I don't know. I'm thinking, yep, that's got to be a mid pick, and Seraphine's going to Droid. He just really performs well in that champion. He's really consistent, and he can kind of fill a role that, fill a different role for the team, especially when you've got Teague putting out some kind of AD carry kind of vibes with a Kindred jungle.
Yeah, you got the troll flashes there again with the Singed and the Ashcan, but yeah, that will mean that the Victor's going mid, Kindred jungle, Seraphine AD carry. So we'll be able to see the Syndra. That is a bit of a fun one. I think Altec Mid obviously has shown a lot of his prowess on Syndra over the course of the couple seasons he's been in the TCL. So that will mean it is a Caitlyn Galio bot lane, as the your favorite matchup, Garen against Mordekaiser, will be a fun one to see this game.
Yeah, I'm having a lot harder time picking who I think wins this game. I do really like to see, I mean, Kindred with Teague, music on Mort. I love all of the drafts on Team Dark Horse, and then I turn and I look at Kangaroo Corral, and I'm like, wow, those are also really good drafts. I mean, I hate Garen, but those are still really good drafts. I'm having a hard time picking who I'm giving the edge to here, especially given that Team Kangaroo Corral has the momentum here. I'm almost, I think, leaning towards a 2-0 in favor of Kangaroo Corral here.
I think I definitely have to agree on the kind of compositions with how I think they are just kind of standard compositions I think you see in comp. Obviously, Seraphine not being so standard, but really, across the map with these champions, many of what you see is just, solid picks, especially for all these players, right? I think a lot of these competitors are on picks that they're comfortable on. And I think this will be a game much more of execution than it was before, because both these compositions, I think, have similar ways that they want to execute. With the Zac going in for the dives, Nautilus going in for the dives, Seraphine be able to, do well in the backline with the Syndra and Caitlyn bombs coming over, Victor and Kindred doing a lot of damage. I do think whoever wins this game dictates the winner of the series. I think if the Kangaroo Corral does win, it's a 3-0, or at least a 3-1. I do think if the Dark Horses depending on how well they play this game, I think if they were able to win, like just come out and absolutely smash, I think they win 3-1, or very at least 3-2. So I do think this is going to be the swing game for the series.
Okay, that's a bold prediction. I don't hate it. Um, I've found typically like yeah, I try to equate it to experiences in sports and tournaments where you play best out of fives, but it just esports do feel different to me. And I think it's probably because it's the games are back to back, right? You don't have days or even you don't have a day or even multiple days or even, the matter of hours as it is in like, youth sports where you have hours in between games to recover and kind of like get that mental reset. So I feel like the potential for a 2-0 is definitely definitely leads you into expecting a 3-0, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that a game two win here by Team Dark Horse really pulls their brisket off the burner, so to speak.
I think definitely if the way that they could win, I think would dictate that. I think if the Dark Horses barely win, I think we're going to a game five. I think if the Dark Horses come out and smash, it's going to be 3-1.
Okay.
Um, so I do think that, the nature just of League with how frustrating of the game it can be with just the mechanics of the game. And as you said, there's such little downtime. I think on top of that, this is also a kind of not professional in any way. So, there could be a lot of struggles that come about for these players, if they're, going into, especially, if the King of Corral plays another 24-minute game, 25-minute game, right? I think your mental is just done because you've barely played, you've just gotten smashed, and it's going to be really hard for them to mentally really prepare themselves for that game three.
Yeah. So I'm looking at just ease of execution here, and just because of that sort of the element of randomness with kindred marks, I know you can also say that the better you are, the less that matters. But I feel like ease of execution kind of lends itself more towards Team Kangaroo Corral here.
Yeah, I think I would definitely agree just because of where the execution comes from. I think there is obviously pretty just like standard expectation for what these champions do, but really I think the Zac is really the swing factor for me in terms of who has the edge because Injure can't really go for ganks the same way that Zac can, right? Zac can just dive on top of you from the bushes, and Kindred really has to go for these really more setup ganks. Now she can do a lot more damage than the Zac can, but the gank setup and really the gank follow up is just 10 times easier for the Zac. Especially on top of, in these team fights, the Galio can follow up on top of the Zac when he jumps in with his ultimate. So I do think the execution is a little bit for like the follow up, kind of like the the double knockup, double CC chain, much better for the King of Corral. But I think the champion strengths I think might show through more, depending on how well the Dark Horses play.
I kind of like this early game pressure that Lyle has in this game too. I think if Music isn't careful, he'll see himself really bullied here by Lyle. Well, Garen's a pretty oppressive laner. You can't convince me otherwise. And I feel like Mordekaiser he's gonna feel kind of soft into that matchup until he gets that first mythic item.
Yeah, I think definitely top one will really swing in the way of whoever really gets that first kill, or gets support from the jungle. Because I think it was going to be just very, very even until someone dies, and then whoever dies is just going to fall so far behind. Because Garen can just use his speed so very well, the same way that Mordekaiser can. Both these champions can just really take over the game if they are just, fed kills. So, the question will be, which one will be the one to be fed?
Right, and I'm interested to see who wants to play more aggressively in the top lane here early on. I want to know who looks like Music's going to be pushing forward into that into the Garen's tower. That's going to be setting up Zac for an early gank. Wally Warp, I really like the potential for lockdown and kill at like level 3-ish for the side of Garen and Zac into the Kindred Mordekaiser. I mean, extended fight though, I think Kindred starts to really show some value.
For sure. This the double, well, actually not double marksman because there's only one marksman, since George is not playing a normal marksman and carry. But with the pathing of Wally going from bot side to top side, this is definitely going to be the focus here for him to really support Lyle and really get him ahead, because we've seen how good Lyle can be. If he really gets ahead and just shuts down Music X, this will be a very, very difficult game for the Dark Horses to play out.
Definitely. And here he's kind of pushing into that area that I'm worried about him being in. Music X, that is. Kind of set up for this Zac. Granted, he does have a lot of pressure up here, and it looks like he's setting up and willing to fight for Zac's red buff here.
Yeah, and Teague already having the double buffs on his side means that Warwarp cannot fight this. The Garen will have to support him if he's going to want to try to get that. But Teague actually just going to scare him off of the red buff, not take that away, since Ultimate can obviously rotate over pretty easily. But the very, very fortunate Kindred mark on that top scuttle means that Teague is off the right start.
Yeah, he is off to the races, more like. He's got priority. He's coming in on the mid lane for a potential gank here.
Ooh, I'll take mid. Stands on the gravity field in the perfect corner. Well placed from Lin the Legend. Flashes forward, unfortunately, to his death.
Ooh.
As Ultech Man moving to try to kill back. I'm not sure if he needed to flash, just because I think Kindred might have been able to pick up the red buff burn, or at least one more auto. So I don't think Lin needs to flash, but unfortunately, that will be to his death.
Yeah, I was waiting for the diamond cheat code damage cheat codes to come out. Didn't quite come out. Instead, it was a flash. That did look a little bit sad to me, but I think it's manageable recovery. He does burn both flash and ignite there. I mean, mid does. I'll take mid, burns flash and ignite there. That puts Lin in a decent position to do some damage here, but here comes Zac possibly.
Yeah, Lin though is playing to the proper side of the wave. Ooh, a great scout of the week there. Does be able to run onto Lin, but Wally might have to worry, as he will be able to jump out there. So, fortunately though, as you were saying, Lin did have TP, so he's able to get back into the lane faster, push this wave faster, so the deficit really doesn't hurt. But it definitely does favor the side of the Dark Horses, since obviously Kindred getting that assist, really getting the that gold / XP if she wants to push that wave, really does give him a little bit of the slight advantage.
Yeah, and definitely looking at a big kind of farm advantage building in the mid lane here for the side of I'll take mid. And with the wave that's pushing in top lane, I think maybe top lane as well in the favor of Lyle. You know, nobody's ever said that Garen's a hard champion to farm on.
Yeah, Garen is very, very easy to really do things. You can just click one button and just run forward. But definitely at this point, you know, it's probably going to be a little bit very close to even, as Teague now looking for something bot side. The Stormmaster just walking up right into the Galio. The W will land though, as Teague is here. Does able to E away with the flash.
Oh, wow.
Should be able to get out. So, you know, not too bad. Some's burned both sides, but Teague, you know, is just all across the map trying to really get all his laners ahead.
Yeah, really making his presence known here. I'm liking the laning that we've seen from both bot lanes so far. Playing I won't say passive exactly, but you know, playing their lanes to scale. You know, they're not rushed on either side, not really forcing anything, and playing for their power spikes.
Yeah, top side though, look, could be setting up for a dive here. Lyle is level 6, so this will be the time to go for the dive before
No ward.
is 6. Yeah, no ward. Wouldn't be trying to take the Gromp here, as Lyle is going to slowly push in the wave. Jungle is nowhere nearby, but across the map, Teague and Co are grabbing this first dragon. So if there would be a play across map, this would be the play that they should go for. So the question is, will they?
They should know in a second here that the jungler is down there. Yep, looks like he's just gonna go for the wolves instead.
Yeah, it would have been a difficult dive now that Music X does have 6, since he would be able to make that a 1v1, and he will be able to get HP immediately from his ult cast. So not the best champion to dive with on the Zac, since just damage output. It's not the same as the Garen, but Teague
Here it is.
should be able to do just fine
Ult
now.
comes out top lane. And
Yeah,
he goes
and-
down.
Yeah, Garen is the impressive laner, Tokuman says, as Music X is the solo kill in his ultimate. Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a scary point now, as Wally Warp is just trying to get that flash, or not the flash kill, sorry, the smite kill, as the TP now comes through onto the ward. Music X actually just immediately flashes over the wall. not thinking that he can run out away from the Garen, so is able to get a soul kill, but does burn the summoner as Warp will TP back into lane. And, you know, a little bit of a better start now for the Dark Horses.
Yeah, it looks like Lyle overextended there a little bit. You can't queue out of Mordekaiser ulti, believe it or not. And bot lane, looking like pretty much the same that we've seen so far, you know? Nothing real exciting happening. We're about to see him hitting 6 here in a second. Although we do have a Seraphine 6 already, no ultis have come out yet.
Yeah, the only good part here is now Droid and Stormmaster are actually on the lead here, but they will actually be behind now as this wave is going to be pushed in by Speedy and Tilted Tom. But Seraphine, much easier to get CS on than the Senna fasting Senna counterpart, as Lyle actually is going to take his own jungler's chickens, trying to get himself back into the game a little bit, just put some more gold into his pocket to withstand the consistent damage of that Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and maybe deny a Kindred mark while he's at it. Looks like Kindred's gonna have to wait for a cooldown to find a new mark as it expires on those chickens. Kindred is at 2 marks already. Stacking up pretty well, off to a good start. Looking to hunt. I'm not sure if anybody is actually marked at the moment.
But I guess we'll have to find out when the Kindred does decide to go for a fight, since Kindred might be walking up here. Music X does have ultimate, so if he does pop it, Deeg might be able to walk it up here. So it could be a potential setup eventually, if Wild depends to walk. But Wild Warp is also there to support during the wars, so they will be able to know that Deeg is there. They're going to keep fighting though. Music X might be looking for the ultimate, and he will be.
There it is.
Wild Warp though is around, so if he does not get this kill fast enough, this would be a bit of a scary moment. Flash there from Lyle means that he'll be able to get out just alive. W still not popped yet. We'll be able to pop there right as the
big shield
from Lyle. Kill going down, and now Wally should not be able to get out of this alive. He'll be able to flash away. Teague will flash in response because of their pop from the Zac. And that should be all but nothing for the jungle and top 2v2. A really, really great, you know, job there from Music X and great support there from Teague.
Yeah, heck of a performance from Music X on this Mordekaiser pick. Showing his team maybe we should have locked this in on our first pick in game 1. Maybe we should lock it in for a first pick in game 3. We'll see. Just looking really good up there. Really solid laner.
Yeah, and I think you can see how much different of a team the Dark Horses now look like. As I mentioned, I don't think scaling is the way that they're going to win. I think they need to play just strong picks that can grab that priority, right? Because really just give scaling to people who know how to really just use their champions so well, like Lin, able to play, you know, so many different champions and play them so very well. But unfortunately, I don't think the rest of the map has that same kind of skill that Lin does. And this is exactly why, because you see Music X just gets the 1v1 almost 2 times in a row. Teague obviously has been all across the map just playing so strongly and shutting down Wally, who really is going to be having a much rougher time now in the rest of this game.
Yeah, you know, in top lane is pretty much decided at this point. Unless Lyle can set up a freeze, and frankly, I'm not sure if he'll be capable of setting up a freeze into Mordekaiser at this point. Short of setting up a freeze, I don't really see a way for him to exist in lane. Music has been kind of dominating the wave control of this game so far, and as soon as his ult is up, that's, I think, another kill in the pocket of Music X, provided that Lyle steps up too far.
Well, Lyle did do the only thing that he can do that will keep him alive, is he built QSS. So Music X's ult is now nullified in lane, but that also means that Lyle does not have much items to really support him in the rest of this game. So it makes his laning a little bit easier. He doesn't really gain any really advantages in laning, since Music X will just be able to put out more DPS consistently. And on his back, he most likely will be able to pick up his first item. So laning doesn't really get that much easier, but at least the kill threat becomes a little bit less.
Yeah, at least now he has a chance to farm a wave in the middle of the lane, right, without getting locked down and killed. But it hurts to pay that tax, especially when you've got no damage on somebody like Garen.
Yeah, you know, definitely a tax that is a relatively high price, but I think is a good pick no matter what. But Wild Warp is here, as Stormmaster might be going into his death. TP there from Lyle. Also there coming out from the Gaio to try to get himself away. Now Lin is here, putting down the ultimate. Not able to get anything, but that is a lot of summoners burned on both sides. And what this means is now the Dark Horses can rotate over to the Dragon to take that basically uncontested, as Music X has also rotated down, so there should be second Dragon to the Dark Horses.
Yeah, that's all 5 guys on the Dragon there. I'll take mid, hitting a cheeky Scatter the Weak stun. You know, that was just another... I love to see Droid on Seraphine. Like, it just reinforces my idea that I think he should just be on that champion every game. The guy always hits at least 2 people with his ultimate. I don't think I ever seen him straight up miss, and I can't recall any situations where he hasn't hit at least 2. Gets a big 2-person charm there. Doesn't pan out for any kills, but also just straight shuts off Speedy's damage output.
Yeah, and obviously Jordan being a support player last season, showing why he is a pretty strong support player.
Right.
We do have the Rift Trail there popped now. We'll not be able to take that down before it lands. We'll be able to only get, I believe, 2 plates. I was not able to get the 3rd there. But topside, Lyle will have to be... Actually, he'll be fine. He still has the QSS to be popped. So really just has to make sure it doesn't give too much poke out, so he has to back. But, you know, I think this is the Dark Horses that I knew, that I expected. And I think this, depending on if this game continues to go this route, I think my prediction of how the rest of the series will go will come true.
All right, and it looks like we're getting some Zac pressure in the top lane here. Maybe he's just trying to relieve him from the tower for a minute.
The Music X should be fine to walk this out. Should not try to fight smartly, because Lyle Walt will be returning to lane very, very shortly. So he will be able to stop him from getting potentially another plate or more damage, as Wally will just be backing, is able to pick up his first mythic item. And we do have the Ocean Soul, which is definitely a incredible soul to have on top of a team with Seraphine, since they'll just be permanently healing all the time, every day. So Tango Corral will need to have a response to this to stop that dragon stacking.
Absolutely. And we're looking at another fight in the top lane here. Ult is still up. Ult is still up.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that Music X will ever just want to use his ultimate, because as soon as it's down, that means Wally Warp gets a free gank. Because if Wally Warp ever ganks, Music X makes that's the 1v1 and kills him.
Right.
So I think Music X obviously just wants to try to push Garen off that lane. I think he should be looking to freeze it, just to get as less of Beast Gold into his pocket as possible. The bot side again, another double ultimate there, landed there from Joy. Teague will be able to get close to Tom, as he will be able to take down Speedy Bandito as well. Wally Warp can do nothing but jump into his deaths, as he will be in the passive. We should be able to take him out, as the wave is at the tower. Ooh, actually they're too slow on that. The unfortunate one last little blob there. Top side though was the Lyle Walt was forced out of lane. So you know, everywhere across the map, I mean, this is literally just a totally flipped game where, as the Kango Corral was just hard winning every lane, now it's the Dark Horse's turn.
Yeah, and another cheeky Scatter of the Week, procced by I'll Take Mid. Just waiting to walk up and unleash an R button on somebody, and here's the big engage, big counter engage.
Ooh, the E into the wall, unfortunately. Stormmaster with a great flash away from Wally Warp's dive. That was, you know, I think it was a fine thing to attempt. Definitely worth going for. But, you know, flash there burned. So, I guess all's well that ends well. Music X, though, going for that consistent trade there. Has to be a little bit careful, because if he does get low, Lyle can look for the ult execute, as Wally is also here around topside. But, you know, I think it's just the both teams have swapped accounts. Just as whoever has the lead this series has been the one to continually push that lead and look for those proactive plays, and that's really been that's probably going to be the story of this series. Whoever really gets that kind of lead, and whoever keeps pushing it, as topside Music X will be fighting there onto Lyle. Does not use the ultimate yet. Will now be able to pull him back. Should actually would have been fine using the ultimate there, but we'll gift over the kill there to Teague, as Teague is 5-0-2. Ultec Mid will be rotating up just to protect his tower. We'll have to be careful though, since the ultimate there is up for Music X, so we'll be able to push him off though.
We're kind of seeing like a tale of 2 top lanes between game 1 and game 2 here, right? This is just there's just so much pressure coming out from this. Mordecai's our first pick, and the Kindred really benefited off of it early. That early pressure allowed that strong, clean, safe invade, transitioned into a double scuttle and an early mark, and Teague's kind of run away with it since then.
Yeah, and we see this, with forcing them off the map. Now the Dark Horses go for both neutral objectives. Rift Herald they're taken by T, as there will be a ward here in the bot side. Unfortunately, the side of the Kangaroo Corral is too far away. Jungle is just getting to the blue buff, as Teague has just arrived to the dragon, and that will be third dragon, soul point, going over to the Dark Horses. And I wouldn't be surprised if this was a pre-30-minute game at this point.
Yeah, maybe not a sub 25 like we saw last game, but I wouldn't be shocked if this started to wrap up, particularly somewhere in this lines of like the next, I don't know, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. We've got a dragon coming up in 4.5. For some reason, I don't anticipate a Baron take, but I mean, with the DPS provided by Kindred, there is a potential that they try to lock that down before they look for that Dragon Soul. Kind of just like the opposite of last game.
Yeah, and I think the trading again, Music X is just going to always be winning that 1v1 as he is working on to his second item. But I think definitely it's going to be the same kind of expectation in team fights. There's just so much damage on the side of the Dark Horses, and there isn't enough yet on the side of the Kangaroo Corral. Lyle Wolf cannot do any damage. He's 0-3. Zac, just a tank. He's 0-2, so he's not going to be able to be taking enough. Ultec mid obviously is doing well, but he's only got so much damage output, and the Seraphine healing on top of the potential Ocean Soul is not going to bode well, as Teague is now waiting in this bush with the Rift Herald. Maybe if Lyle Wolf is ever going to step up for another kill onto him.
Yeah, I don't know, Lyle just looks a lot more willing to trade than I would expect an 0-3 and 0 Garen to look like. And I'm not sure I understand, but we're also seeing, it looks like both supports in the mid lane for a minute here.
Yep, trying to look for those, roams to try to get their laners either back into the game or further ahead. Kindred did back there, as well will be here to support, but Music X will be leaving, most likely being able to finish his second item. I assume he's going for the, actually does not finish it yet, just picks up the blasting one there. 3 minutes still left on that dragon, 3k gold lead for the Dark Horses, and we'll have to see if either of these teams decide to go for a pick beforehand, or if they're just going to enjoy the scaling, as Rift Herald will be popped to your bot side.
Yeah, and it looks like another trade in the top lane, but once again, looks like not a whole lot coming from it.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to exceed the tower off this charge. Actually, it does. So it will be second tower going over to the side of the Dark Horses. The only tier 1 left will be top side. Dig now moving down to this Scarlet Crab. Teague has 4 marks, doing very, very well for himself. That 5th mark will be very, very good for the range, as Flash away there from Swordmaster will be able to get the triple charm there for Droid, but unfortunately none of his team is there. But what that does mean is they can bait them away from this Barrier take, as there's so much damage. The jungler is bot side for the Kangaroo Corral, and all Garen can do is place a ward to watch as that Baron is taken at 21 minutes. So at this point, they're going to be able to push the waves, get the Dragon Soul for free, and I wouldn't be surprised if they even close out the game.
Yeah, so they've got a minute and a half on this Dragon Soul that's about to spawn. I'd say look for a tower push somewhere with this Baron buff, reset, push back, set up easy take on the Dragon, and then I think it's just a game from there, because I gotta believe that Kangaroo Corral has to try to step up to contest, right? Can't just let the Soul go over for free.
Yeah, it's definitely probably not even going to be their choice if it does, because if they go for that 5v5, it's most likely going to be a lost fight, Also, I do think interesting that Garen goes for the Shardbreaker after the nerfs. I just think that item is kind of just dead at this point. Not sure who's going to be trying to, because once he goes in, he's just going to be dying. So I think going for any more sustain wouldn't hurt. But at this point, 50 seconds left on the dragon spawning. Waves being pushed as the resets are coming out to try to get any last items. Demonic Embrace there for Lyle, LDR for Teague. Building into potentially the Death Cap there for Lynn, depending on what he wants to go with from that that rod.
Storm Razor coming through for Speedy.
Yeah, we do have the Staff of Flowing Water, and close to the Stopwatch or the Zonia's Hourglass from Droid. So this is, yeah, if there is going to be a team fight around this dragon, it's going to be a very, very tough one. But Wally Warp diving right into the backline, able to force a flash out of Teague. Ultimately, they're coming in from the Galio, but unfortunately, it's just going to be into a charm. Really, really well placed there is now a great ultimate. Teague just getting 3 autos all over the place. He will be taunted up. Perfectly timed ultimate there. Managed to fight within the entirety of the team. Got out just perfectly in time. Law just kind of walks up to get 1 auto and just walks right back out. Lynn the Legend will be able to get some more damage down. Teague shuts down the Galio, as now 2 members are just going to have to run for their life, as a Music X has just been free pushing top this entire time. So a 5v4, a free 5v4 for the side of the Dark Horses. They will be pushed to the inner tower, as this Dragon Soul will be going over to the side of the Dark Horses. Ultec mid should be able to stop the potential inhib take.
You know,
but,
I'm not sure he can.
Well, with Music X walking away, he will be able to. But at this point, it is not looking good, as Music X trying to get the drive-by E, as the gold lead has gone to 8k, and yeah, it's a tough one here.
Yeah, it's about as flipped as we can expect from game 1. Just about everything playing out in reverse order here. Exception being that the carry is not through the mid lane, but instead through the jungle.
Music X just here on the side. Lyle's actually trading relatively in favor, but not with that Q. W there from the Galio does not land on anyone, as they are just, you know, relentlessly pushing this wave, trying to take down these towers, get as much gold into their pockets as possible. And really, there's not much that this team can do, but just try to get killed. This will be a really, really solid kill. No flash, no ultimate. Nice good there, going over to Lyle. Really, really great job there. Shuts down Teague. That's definitely what they need to do. Look for these picks.
That's a big 1,000 gold going over to Garen.
Yeah, and there is, you know, another bounty there only on the Mordekaiser, unfortunately. But looking for those oversteps, looking for those people that, you know, thinking that, you know, we're so far ahead, I can be here, when they really can't, is what they need to do if they're ever going to get back into this game. The only problem is, they need like 10 more of those to really have a chance.
Yeah, something along those lines. At the very least, they're going to need to find a pick or something cheesy to rip off, I would assume, Elder Dragon. I don't really see anything really swinging in their favor outside of like a big burger flip kind of play, frankly.
Yeah, and as long as the team of the Dark Horses doesn't try to flip on the upcoming Baron, or if they stall to the Elder and they don't try to flip the Elder, I think, you know, it should just be what we should expect from this team to make sure that, you know, they are as strong as we think they are. Just have a solid kind of, just play it out as you should. Don't have any kind of risk. You have the Elder Soul, or sorry, you have the Baron, Dragon Soul. There you go. 3rd time's a charm. You have the Dragon Soul. You have so much gold on all of your members. Just fight. You can't lose to the 5v5 unless you take your hands off the keyboard. So,
yeah,
as we have the yeah. Minute left here though on the Baron, as Whitework will be taking down that Scuttle. Lots of marks there onto the Kindred, as we just saw, as Teague is 7-1-2. Really just you know, having a pop-up performance here.
Yeah, I think I may have to hold off on making predictions in Game 3, since I'm 0 for 2. I might have to pass that off to you. And that's a big Scout of the Week coming out from I'll Take Mid there. Maybe I've spoken too soon.
Maybe, as, you know, taking out Droid is definitely a good person to take. Loses a lot of that sustain, but there's still so much damage left on this team. Trying to take down T, but he will be able to get away from the Zac. 20 seconds left on the Baron. Droid will be spawning just before it spawns, so he should be able to get back onto the map, and his team should be able to stall out if the side of the Kangaroo Corral does decide to take this. But, you know, 6k gold lead, still very, very in favor of the Dark Horses. They just have to make sure they don't, you know, keep giving away those 2 free kills.
Yeah, and Team Dark Horse playing smart here, not allowing themselves to get pinched in an area where Kangaroo Corral could potentially force a fight, while that big droid Seraphine R is missing.
The Dark Horses are posturing around the Baron pit, though, most likely just trying to at least set up a Death Bush play or try to bait the Baron. Just kind of waiting for anyone to walk into the river.
Gotta love a Death Bush gamer.
Yeah, Warp is around. He will be going for the back. So as I'll take mid and Galio will be walking over here. Could be a potential look. As Seraphine has now gotten back onto the map. Maybe just waiting for a cheeky play before the Seraphine gets here. But they could just actually start this Baron up. Vision has been cancelled. Wards keep getting placed down. I think that was a control ward, though, so they will have to clear that out if they do want to go for this. Teague, though, will be going for it. Will not be starting the Baron just yet. Clearing out the Vision, as the resets have come out for the Kangaroo Corral, and right now is really just the calm before the storm.
Yeah, and here we go with this Baron start. Garen bot lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do not have Vision just yet. The Galio will be placing down the wards, so they will know. But it might be just too late. Ram Respite does come out. Maybe just to try to take down the Zac before he can get the smite. We'll be going over to Teague, so nicely done. Death most likely coming through. For Wild Warp, as Jord will be able to secure that. Yeah, I guess very, very smart with Lam's Respite.
Oh.
As the flash hook there on Tilted Tom will be able to flash himself out, so trade of flashes there. As they will not be now looking to go over to the Elder buff, which is spawning just after Wild Warp's respawn. As Wild Warp is just hitting that bot tower, trying to get anything back in return.
And so that's the question, right? Do they go for the Burger Flip Elder take? I mean, not so much Burger Flip while Wally's dead, but do they push for the inhib? No, it looks like they're going to fall back and take that Elder.
Yeah, I think definitely with the respawn timers, just first of all, clearing out the Vision, making sure that they have control of the river, and just looking for someone stepping out of position, right? We see how far ahead the Tom is with Lyle as well, because I don't think he's going to be, actually he's going to get away, but with this really great engage there onto Tilted Tom, this does not bode well for the rest of the game, as Music X does take him down. Gravity Field will force Altec mid back. He does land the Scar of the Week, but unfortunately, not enough damage on him to really do much. As the dead Galio means so less CC. Hook lands onto Altec mid. Really well-timed stopwatch does get him away, but he won't land to the Gravity Field, unfortunately. Music X takes down Wide Warp. Altec mid will fall there to mid, and that will be Elder buff going over to the Dark Horses.
Yeah, and dare I say it again, this might be game. I have a hard time seeing a recovery here from the side of Kangaroo Corral, outside of maybe falling back and regrouping for game 3.
Yeah, Music X will TP here, trying to take down this tower before he gets run down and pushed off. Lyle will be going again on him. I don't think he has ultimate because he used that in the last fight. Actually, would be executed there again by Lyle, so maybe a little bit overextended. As the rest of his team will be able to get that mid inhibitor. Hook will be landing there onto the Galio. Ultimate there lands onto Speedy. As Lyle just barely lives, might still die to the Elder buff. Will actually die to Shoulder.
With the ignite.
Yep, Sword literally to take him down. Very, very unfortunate. 2-4 game for him. As now this is really just most likely going to be the end of the game with these towers falling. We've got the two cannon minions diving there in. Unfortunately, cannot even get any CC. Gravity Field perfectly lands there. We'll take down one more as Altec mid and Speedy are going to be the last to fall. As Speedy will just watch his team as they fall before him. The Dark Horses, from a 24-minute just dominating game against them, turn the tables right onto the Kangaroo Corral. 32-minute game win here. Series is now 1-1, and we are in for a banger.
Yeah, and will they be able to... Nope, not quite able to secure the kill before the Nexus goes down. Just really a dominant performance from Teague, I have to say. A big 8-2 and 8 performance. Music X showing out. I don't know, for those of you who may or may not be aware, Music X had a bit of an injury earlier this week, and there is a theory in TCL that there is an injury buff. I don't know if that's what was coming into play there, but the guy looked very comfortable on Mordekaiser, played very well, and pushed a really strong lead.
Yeah, and you can see that he did the second most damage on his team. He is, shut down Lyle so very well. And, I mean, this was just all across the map. Every single member of the Dark Horses played exceptionally well, and there was really nothing that the Kangaroo Corral could do. They lost every single lane, even though they did get a pick here and there. They really could really never get a team fight win, no kind of win into an objectives, and there was really just another clean game here played out by the other team.
Yeah, yeah, just a bit of a reversal of fortunes there, but a reversal of who seemed to be a little bit more collected and composed for that game. And I'm interested to see what happens in our upcoming draft.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think it will be very, very fun to see how the rest of the series plays out. But we will be going to a quick break before we go into our third match. So stick around to see who will be taking now the series lead.
Legends never die. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the match between the Dark Horses and the Kangaroo Corral. We just saw two sides of the coin: a dominating performance from the Kangaroo Corral into a dominating performance from the Dark Horses. We are tied up 1-1 in our series, heading into our third game. And I predicted that we would have seen depending on how the game went, a just win out from the Dark Horses. I think that prediction, I'm going to keep with that. We're going to see a 3-1. That's just my thoughts. Pokemon, what are your closing thoughts there on the game two and the rest of the series?
I mean, I'm a fat goose egg for two right now on predicting these games. So I think I'm just gonna step myself back from trying to make predictions at this point and just kind of react to what I'm seeing. And so far, I mean, this series, I'm not upset about the potential for the series to hit 5 games, frankly. I mean, these first 2 games were great to watch. I'd like to see maybe a more hard fought game 3. Um, I'm not going to discount the potential for a 3-1 like you're calling though. It seems more than possible for it to be in the cards. And the biggest thing for me right now is what happens with draft. I mean, they're not changing side selection. Band stayed the same last game, more or less, but the draft was different, and a big part of that was the Mordekaiser. So I'm interested to see if I would like to almost see a Mordekaiser ban from the side of Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think they want to give that to Music X because I also don't think that Lyle has an answer. I think the
Mhm.
Garen was his kind of maybe cheeky answer, his little bit of a cheese answer, and he just got smashed. So I don't
Absolutely.
think, Lyle has a counter, so they just need to ban it because if it is left up, they should just first pick it for the Dark Horses because if they don't, it's just a free matchup then given to Lyle.
Yeah, Mordekaiser with that recent buff, he's just looking so strong in lane. And yeah, I got to agree. If Garen is your go-to into the Mordekaiser here, I mean, I was wrong. They changed my mind. Like that was the least oppressive laning I've ever seen from a Garen. so maybe Music is more comfortable in that matchup. I know Lyle's the only guy to pull it out in TCL, the Garen, but there may be a reason that nobody else is pulling it out. Outside
Yeah.
of that, maybe some action from the bot lane early on would be kind of nice to see.
Yeah, I think definitely depending on, if Joy kind of picks that kind of really slow kind of AD carry or non-traditional AD carry, there's really a difficulty for Speedy and Tota to really try to get some action because you try to engage upon the Seraphine, you just get rooted, and you've got the peel of the Nautilus, and you can't really do anything. You have to go get the assistance of Wally or Ultimate Mid to really go for some kind of dive. That's really the only way you can get this unless they just walk up and just get a free kill for some reason. I think it's definitely we saw what is good for the side of the Dark Horses. They need priority. They need strong champions. Scaling does not work for them because we saw how they just kind of got smashed game one. I wouldn't
Yeah.
expect for the side of the King of Corral to go for that kind of same maybe picks in all the lanes. I think Lyle needs to have a strong champion or at least a strong matchup. So the question will be, when do they decide to ban the Mordekaiser?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to expect at this point, if you're on Kangaroo Corral, that Music's going to first pick the Mordekaiser. He did it last game, worked out very well for him. He's clearly confident on the champion. They're not worried about any of the counters. The only champion they're banning is the Camille, which, again, gone. So it'll be right here. It'll be the third ban if they're going to ban it.
Yeah, I do think the Kindred ban is interesting. I wouldn't have really I just thought through that.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think Teague did very, very well on that,
Mhm.
but he was also playing into the Zac, who was kind of, not the best matchup into the Kindred.
And I'd like to return to like the that early pressure too from the Mordekaiser. I feel like did dictate a lot of that, like how that early jungle went. And on another note, I did have some communication with Team Kangaroo Corral before the game. I was in their comms. I was asking around. They did not seem like they were planning on banning Mordekaiser. Like it wouldn't even. And there we go. There's the Sivir gone. It wasn't even in the cards. I felt like maybe after that big performance that they would consider it, maybe throw it out there. But it looks like they're sticking to their game plan and they're just going to let Music, if he wants to first pick it, let him have it.
Interesting. Now, I would expect him to pick this here because it was just so good, and I don't think Lyle has a counter. I think that the Jace, he's going to lock in the Mordekaiser there. I do think what that means is they maybe have a better plan to really target top lane because Wally wasn't really around that much. And when he was around, it was already too late. So really trying to play more for Lyle, I think is what their game plan is going to be. And saying, okay, we'll give you Mordekaiser because we'll just shut him down instead of just giving him a free lane. Or we'll pick a fun pick tier top lane and we'll give you a harder time. And the Tahm Kench definitely will be... I'm more than expecting that to go top lane.
Right. Well, so this is a point of contention between I believe Lyle and I. I don't think Tom lives very well on his own right now. Personal opinion, having played the champion a little bit. I think he feels better in support. But I wouldn't rule it out. It's definitely a possibility.
Well, from my point of view, I think he definitely is very, very strong in the solo lane now. And I think you've seen that across the professional scene, right? If you watch Golden Guardians with Blaze Olive playing out of the mid lane,
Yep.
Tahm Kench can be a very, very strong laner. You just have to know how to play him. So I will be curious to see if Lyle knows the change well enough to be able to do well to the Mordekaiser, because I would say Mordekaiser probably, is a strong champion into Tom just because of his Q damage if you are alone. If you have the passive shield procced, I do like that the Fizz is now up, and Lynn the Legend now has locked in a pick that is very, very often banned against him.
Yeah, I kind of like the Xayah snag here from Speedy too, because the Xayah ulti gives him some potential to dodge skill shots from coming from, I've got to believe this is going to be a Droid Seraphine again, and then that Fizz chum in the waters. I will say that, Tom Keat, he has the potential, but I hesitate to compare TCL gameplay to pro gameplay in terms of results on some of the champions. We've seen it work for some, and we've seen it crash and burn for some. So
Yeah.
I do have faith in Lyle's potential to pull it off, but I also think Mordekaiser might end up being a real rough matchup.
Yeah. I mean, I think the best thing, maybe if you don't want to make that comparison, I think you can say this has the potential to be very, very
For
strong.
sure.
So the question will be, can Lyle live up to that? And we'll find out. I think this could be another story of Lyle tries to 1v9 the game and he just gets smashed again. I will be very, very curious to see how this Fizz into Sylas goes. I do really like the Sylas pick as well because there are some really, really great ults from the steal, right? Seraphine ult on top of the Mordekaiser ult. And we don't know what the jungle or the support will be. And if we go for the Nautilus again, well, actually it was banned away, the question will be, there's probably going to be another decent ult for the Sylas to have. So this is, I think another game that he can really take over if he gets that lead.
Right. And of course, something that cannot be skimmed over at all is the Sylas Mordekaiser interaction, the potential 2v2. Now, of course, it relies on, positioning to put the two Death Realms on top of each other such that they can interact. But, I mean, there's a potential for, I'll take mid on Sylas to make a hero play and save somebody who gets pulled into a bad 1v1, pulling somebody else into that Death Realm and potentially make a hero play.
Yeah, we will
Chances
have the
of it
Lovers
happening?
duo, though. Yeah, chances of happening, we'll have to see. But Lovers duo is locked in. We will have the Rakan with the Xayah. So we will have a very, very strong 2v2. We do have the Braum there, one of Droid's signature supports last season. We'll be going there over to Sword. So another kind of slow lane. Not too much of the projectiles for the Braum shield to have too much use, but he's still just, a very, very safe champion. Will be able to provide CC in these team fights. And with the last pick of the game, he might be back onto the Nocturne, which he did look decent on in game number 1, but
There's
actually he
Viego.
will be the Viego.
I like that. I like that pick into this comp. I like the aggression. I wouldn't have hated, frankly, the Kindred or the Nocturne either. I wouldn't have hated the Nocturne, but I do think that between Rakan and Tom, you've got enough peel potential to make that backline dive maybe a little bit of a gamble.
Yeah, I would probably say that I don't hate the Viego instead, because of, if you ult onto the Xayah, you can just ult away, so you can't really get the same value from your ults. But obviously, very, very easy ults across the map, regardless. But the Rammus is an interesting one.
Spicy, for sure.
I kind of am somewhat okay with that, just because there's really not that many melee champions, especially AD melee champions, right? We've really only got the Viego. Fizz will be able to, be jumping around, so maybe lock him down is fine. Seraphine will just be able to, throw things away from you. And then AoE from the Mordekaiser. I don't really love the Rammus, but I think it's not the worst, especially because I think that's one of Wally's champions he plays relatively commonly.
Yeah, and I was just checking the chat on Twitch. Looks like D-Bran is not with us at the moment. The utter tragedy. The original Rammus supporter. The Rammus, the lover, one might say. Yeah, I like the potential for Rammus to get in and engage and make picks for Kangaroo Corral here, but I love Seraphine Braum potential wombo combo ultis. Like that just sets up a pretty opened up and crowd controlled field for the Fizz and the Viego and the Mordekaiser to play around in.
Yeah. I definitely think that they're kind of. I think both comps really have kind of similar weaknesses. I don't think there's really that much consistent damage on the
Hmm.
side of the dark horses.
Hmm.
There's really just like you got the strong burst, and then you've really only got the Mordekaiser. But on the same side, there's really not the same kind of consistent damage because you've got really two tanks, and then a setup with Rakan. Salas kind of doesn't really do the same consistent damage. Zaya does, but all they really have is a ton of CC and not that much follow up, in my opinion.
Right.
There's only so much after you use all those big spells, and then what? So I feel like both comps. I don't really like both comps in general. I think I would have preferred something in the mid lane. Honestly, I think just because the Fizz was there, I think I honestly the victory would have been a lot better. Um, I don't know. This will be an interesting one for me.
Yeah, and while I did say I was going to stop from gambling, I do think I'll put my money on yeah, I think Kangaroo Corral here. I like their comp a little bit better, a little bit more straightforward, I feel like. You've got a decent front line between Ramus and Tom. You've got, Rakan who will be dashing back and forth, supporting where he's needed. And then, I mean, between Zaya and Silas, you do have a decent amount of damage. And you have some agency for I'll take mid to step up, make some solo queue plays, and potentially carry his team again.
I think I might have to go for the opposite. I think it's just going to be new champion diff. I think,
Okay. All right.
Viego is just such a good champion. And if they can, get some huge CC, Seraphine ultimate into, the Braum ult, Fizz dives in, gets one kill, start to get the resets, I think that team fight changes. Especially, if
Mm-hmm.
really the top lane for me is the biggest question mark. If I knew how the top lane was going to go, I think I would be able to say one way or the other. But I think just not really knowing and just kind of seeing what I'm seeing, I think I have to favor the dark horses, but I don't really have a strong favor of them.
Yeah, and a quick little trip to Lolalytics will tell you that Tom Kench has a 53% win rate into Mordekaiser, while Mordekaiser has a 48% win rate into Tom Kench. So, I mean, do with that information what you will. Lolalytics is Lolalytics. Doesn't mean everything, but I've got to say, I was not expecting that. I was expecting this lane to be more significantly in favor of uh, Mordekaiser. Of course, you can't underestimate the fact that Tom Kench, like Shen, champion who does thrive more in a coordinated team setting than he does in, say, solo queue.
For sure. But you also can't discount the fact that, the Ceramus will be able to really just, it will really be on the onus of Wally to really get this Ramus working. Because Ramus really is only good if you know how to use him. So I think if Wally, because he's had a little bit of a rough series, honestly, all game, or at least all series, the past two games, he needs to step up. I think if this Ramus can do well, diving into the backline, getting onto that Seraphine, messing with the Viego as much as possible, he'll be able to really turn the course of the game. But I don't know if he's going to be able to do that.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah. And we're looking at some classic posturing in the mid lane. Love to see it.
Yep, we won't have any no early game invades, unfortunately. Just mastery flashing with all tech mid, having the win there with his mastery 7. Feig, unfortunately, not enough mastery with that new champion. But we will have a very, very interesting game ahead of us because I do want to keep with my prediction that the Dark Horses should just win out from here on out. And I do think that they have the potential to do that. Just because I'm not confident that the side of the King of Corral can really excel where these champions need to excel for this match.
All right, and what do you think the over under is on game time here? Is it going to be a sub 30, or is it going to be another quick game, or is this going to be dragged out?
It's going to be another 30-minute game, I think.
30 minute game?
Probably going to go the same, if not a few minutes more than the last game did, right? I think we're going to be between a 30 to 35 is honestly my guess.
Okay, so not a quick wrap up. Definitely people are feeling a little bit more warmed up. Maybe fewer of those simple mental mistakes that get a ball rolling on an early snowball, right?
For sure, and plus, you've got these champions that are unique to where they'll pick up a few kills here. They'll do well when they scale, right? Altech mid probably will do well, pick up a great ultimate here. Lyle might get a really cheeky eat into something. So I assume this is going to go like it's going to be a relatively close game, but I think one team will maybe have the lead kind of for the rest of the game. I don't know though. We'll have to see.
Tom Kench making himself known in their level 2, pushing up onto music. Wow, putting out a lot of damage. Still has his shield up. Holy crap. Look at that damage.
Yeah, and that's really just based off he got level 2 prio. I think Music X not having level 2 hurt him a little bit because he would have been pulling to tower range if he was able to land the E onto Lyle. But definitely, you know, does have a lot of damage with the stack up of his passive. So can't just be underestimated for sure. And level 3 even, Music X definitely has to play this a little bit with more respect just because of, you know, he's got to just grab XP and be okay with, you know, giving up a few CS.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially considering he doesn't have much sustain compared to Tom Kench when it comes to like the next couple minutes in lane here before he gets his first back off, right?
Yep, that was a good eat, or not, sorry, a good pull there from the E. I do think this is not a bad spot to be in if you're Music. Now that you're level 3, you have the W shield. So I definitely think you should... He can go for a kill threat. I do think Lyle has to be a little bit careful, though, if he is able to let Music stack up that shield. Actually, didn't start the W until level 4, oddly enough. As now Teague and Juan might be fighting over this Scuttle. I wouldn't be surprised if they got the Smite steal. And actually, Teague wins that Smite fight. Lin
this
would
does
be
not
there
go in your
supporting.
favor, Mr. Oh, wow. Big dodge on the knockup.
Ooh!
Wow.
I honestly didn't think that Music X was going to win that. I thought that that Q was not going to be doing enough damage, but I guess it just barely did. So, you know, that matchup, unfortunately, Mobilytics or Lowlytics did not have... Ooh! A really great dodge there from Lin! That's... Ooh, he might not be able to live outside
And that
of this.
ignite.
Yeah, I mean, that was really clean from Lin. Unfortunately, just ignite difference is a real threat. So they will trade 1-for-1 again, but Teak will be able to pick up that kill. So definitely again in favor of the Dark Horses.
And I gotta give credit where credit's due here. Music had a really nice flash. I'm not sure if it was caught or not, to dodge the knockup coming from Tom Kench. And it really looked like it was the difference on that fight there. Just absolutely a game of inches, less than that even.
Yeah, and now we can see the pivot here from Music X. Goes for the Merlinomicon pieces. So it has a healing cut off the bat. We'll be able to do a lot of mitigation there on the Tom Kench. So I do very, very much like this now because Music X should have really the priority in this lane almost for the rest of the game.
Oh, wow.
Because look how much damage he's doing. Still has a W shield, and he has even the refillable potions to boot. So this is definitely going to be a tough matchup, especially when the ultimate now comes through very, very shortly.
You're definitely looking to get a little bit more of that damage to stick there on the Tom Kench moving forwards. And it looks like we're getting some pressure into the mid lane from Viego. Maybe
Yep,
just walking him back.
Teague is staying around, but the Wally Warp Ramus is close by as well, so it would have been a 2v2 if they did decide to fight, but they do not decide to fight, as Music X does not decide to back after pushing that wave. We'll just stay there trying to get, I think, level 6 to try to maybe go for the kill there, but Lyle will be able to pick up level 6 first, as unfortunately, if Music did have level 6, this would be a really, really great trade to have, and this could be his death. Does not have the
And
E,
there's
as it
that
will
big
be
knockup.
Yeah, and that
Ooh.
is a kill there. Lyle actually just eats him up, spits him out, and he just immediately dies. So, unfortunately, Music X not respecting that level 6, and that is a really, really great response from Lyle.
I have to say, that's probably the last time I expect him to be able to kill Mordekaiser in a 1v1. Good of him to get back to that 1-1 even lane now, but I feel like that's just about it for his solo agency in lane into Mordekaiser.
Yeah, definitely. Now that Mordekaiser has 6, it will be a little bit more difficult. But if Lin here potentially is able to, ooh, actually we'll be able to live regardless. Wow. But that was a really, really nice ultimate there from Ultech. It does land it after all of the
Holy crap.
The jumping and dodging there from the Fizz.
Yeah, absolutely max range chum in the waters. Playful Trickster, not enough range to get him out, but just barely scraping away with like what, maybe 30 HP, 15? Absolute nail biter so far.
Even though they didn't get the kill onto Lin, they are able to take this first dragon. So finally, dragon stacking will not be going over to the side of the Dark Horses. It will be going over to the side of Kangaroo Corral. So definitely Mountain Dragon going over to champions like Lyle and Wally Warp. Very, very good feeling here to have as, you know, another good trade there for Lyle. Ramus, though, is back in the mid lane. Cannot really do much as Lin will just be able to jump away. No problem. Still has the flash, too, so not too
Wally
much
making
here.
sure that Lin does not forget he exists.
Bot side, though, the Q does not land there onto the Braum. Nice little jump away. Low mana there was on the Xayah, but all sums were up, so it would have been a rough 2v3, if anything. But ultimate there is popped, and Music X does not decide to walk back in, as unfortunately Ramus is here, and Music X unfortunately did not realize the 1v1 turned into a 2v2 outside the Death Realm. And so now Lyle will have the priority moving forward in the lane after that, also getting some of these plates with the help of Wally.
Yeah, big 300 gold going over there. And big tower play gold as well. Definitely exactly what Lyle needs to stay relevant in the solo lane.
Yeah, and Music X will definitely need to make sure that he just kind of plays this much slower, right? If he just keeps trying to go for that 1v1, go for the win, he is going to lose to the power of the Tahm Kench that he now has. Especially, you know, after this gank, he's got to just play for the scaling game. Mordekaiser will be very, very strong into the later stages of this game, but he just needs to get there. So he needs to be able to accept that, okay, you know, I've made a few mistakes, whatever, let's just stop the bleeding as much as possible. As, ooh, he does land there, and also, fortunately, Altec mid eats to his death, as the chains will, maybe did not realize that they were going to hit, or maybe he thought that he could grab a few tower shots, but Altec mid dying there, gets teamed to 2-0, which definitely helps the fortune of the Dark Horses.
Definitely not what we're looking for in that scenario.
Not at all. But right now,
Speedy
2-3.
Bandito? Bush cheesing?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he'd be able to kill Droid, but with Tilted Tom here, should be able to actually get there. But I think Droid seems like he might know. Seems like he might have some, flash response from Droid. Yeah, Droid had a bit of a sneaking suspicion that something could have gone wrong, but Wally Warp trying to go in there. Unfortunately, might be going to his death. That's a really, really great E there from Music X. Pulls him back in. Tig trying to get something done here, trying to get the reset there, and unfortunately, I'll take mid with a great flash. And
over the wall.
Is able to get the ultimate there onto the Rammus. Unfortunately, can only get the Rammus, as he's just going to roll out there with the Rammus thumbs up. Nice, perfect emote. But Teague should be a little bit careful. Lyle can try to go for the kill here, as Teague. A couple more hits there, and he would have been dead. But now with the priority into the opponent's jungle, Ultimate should be able to steal away this blue buff. I think this game is definitely going to be a very, very back and forth game already. 2K gold lead actually still in favor of the Dark Horses, I think just based off of their CS differences in the jungle. Really, if we take a look at the gold charts, we've got the 1K gold lead for Teague there. Gold topside is actually not that far ahead for Lyle, so it's not the end of the world, as Lin now is going again for more trades. Flashes away there from Tilted Tom, but is safely under tower, so will not have any potential for follow-up. But, you know, all of the members of both these teams were just looking across the map, as now bot lane could be a kill here, as a great ultimate time there from Speedy Bandito. Teague is here, though. Flash away from Speedy, as we do have the teleport coming in there from Lyle Walt. Stormmaster trying to do as much as he can, as the ultimate there from Lyle should be able to help support take down Teague. Unfortunately, not the person you want that kill to go over to. Lyle will be able to take down Swordmaster, so a 2 for nothing, definitely good, but unfortunately the Rakan gets the shutdown from Teague.
Yeah, big 5-man bot lane, TP difference top lane. Looks like they're gonna chase it down.
Yeah, ultimate there coming through for Wally. He is very low HP, so we have to be careful here. But unfortunately, Droid does not have enough damage or sustain at this time. So Lyle with another kill, and you know what looked like a bit of a bad start now turns into a really, really great comeback, as now there is a 1k gold lead for the King of Corral. Should be able to pick up this second dragon, and the Kench, I think, has been fully unbenched.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the man is sitting at 3-1 and 3. He's got a 700 gold advantage probably on his top laner. I want to point out the, I think, 800 gold advantage for Viego. Didn't mean a whole lot in that fight.
Unfortunately, it did not, but Lin is back here trying to take down Altec mid. He's very, very low HP. We'll be able to take him down. Wally Warp is very, very low. We do have Teak here. It's a great change there onto Wally. Is able to take down the Rammus, as Music X actually kills Tilted Tom. So, what looked like a really, really great situation for the King of Corral just flips on its head again. And we are back to even gold, just barely ahead. 4 Dark Horses, 7-7 in kills. And, I mean, it's just back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm loving the content we're getting here. We're keeping it interesting, keeping it spicy for game 3, not letting anybody get a clear lead here. And it looks like we're trading some gold top and bot on plates.
Yeah, I don't think Lau will be able to get more than just 1 or 2 plates, as Troy and Sword will be able to take 1 more plate, I think, before their opponents get back to lane. So, gold is in everyone's pockets right now. Gold lead is not that different, but fighting here again. Teague will be able to take down Speedy, the TP in for Lin the Legend, as they're trying to take down Tilted Tom, who can do nothing but try to run away. And this is just really, really great work here from the Dark Horses. Maybe their aggression was to their detriment at times, but cross map looks like there could be a potential dive here. Ultimate is on with Music X. He will be able to ult Lyle Walt from under the tower. He is actually taking a lot of damage. He does have the healing cut, so Lyle will have to be careful. He does go for the eat, but unfortunately does not have any more shielding for him. I don't think Music X can catch up. Will have to just be able to give himself up. Lin, though, might try to be looking for this bounty, is just sitting in a bush. Actually does not decide to go much farther because Altec mid was there to support. Ward, not the best champion to dive there, not the easiest when his ultimate is up. But it was a decent attempt. But again, it's just not stopping as Tilted Tom now going in the mid lane. Ultimate there misses from the Legend, as George is now here as well. Altec mid with the Seraphine ulting it. And I mean, there's just constant action.
Yeah, high tempo gameplay, a lot of fights happening around the map all the time. We're at 16 kills now at 15 minutes in, seeing about a kill a minute, a little bit more than that. We love to see this. This is the kind of gameplay I like to cast. Love to see stuff happening. Would like to see maybe Droid, now that him and Swordmaster are kind of moving out of laning phase, their tower's down. We're looking to see some more team migrations, team roams, team plays, and I want to see that Seraphine ult making a big difference here.
For sure. And now, seems like the bot lane and top lane have swapped to be trying to play towards that Rift Herald, so definitely do like that play there. We do have Lyle still topside though, as Music X will be alone pushing down this bot lane. Tier 1 did fall there after the dive, so, even though this has been really, really back and forth, advantage is definitely in favor of the Dark Horses. They got the 5, 1, and 3 Viego, which would be so powerful. And Lyle Wall can go in there trying to get the Seraphine. Does actually get the Devour just in time. I don't think Droid can do much. Actually does have enough to get out.
Oh, and there's a big 2-man ulti, no follow-up.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Warwarp is here and so is Altec mid. Seraphine ultimate in response. Does land the chains there. Warwarp is not done. Then the Legend is here though. We'll be able to almost take down Tilted Tom. He will be able to burn just in time. Steve Bandito, very, very low HP. Teague flashes in. Cannot get the kill. Actually, will be able to take him down. Unfortunately, cannot get the soul reset, as the double kill will be going for the Fizz, but triple kill for Altec mid. And I mean, the action is just always, forever and ever.
That was incredible. That was crazy. That was just a series of pretty intense plays. Lin the Legend stepping up, making big plays there. And I'll take mid, likewise, coming in from the side with a big stolen Seraphine ulti, hitting the 2-man, securing a kill. Ends up, I gotta say, that goes in favor of Team Dark Horse, I think.
It was, I think, 3-2 or 3-1. Or the Dark Horses? No, it was a triple kill for a double kill. So I think it was 4-3.
So
or
that goes
3-3.
Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, Kangaroo Corral, definitely.
And looks like they're going to transition into some pressure here.
Yeah, they will be able to take down this Rift Trail. So unfortunately, all of the turret plating is down, but they should secure the top tower if they do decide to just pop that, give that to maybe Speedy. But you know, it's just really great rotation there from the Kangaroo Corral. All 5 members were there first. They did a really good job of playing around all of the ultimates that they did have. Music X though will be able to know that Wally and Tototom are here. Maybe trying to look for more as Teague is here trying to take down the Rammus, as unfortunately the E does not land, but the Flash ultimate there will be most likely be able to take down Wide Warp here, as Teague is waiting around with all the friends. Music X will take him down in the Death Realm just before he exits, as the 3rd dragon will be spawning. Ocean Soul, definitely very good to have for everyone on this team. Lyle Walt here alone in the bot lane should be able to secure this this bot tower.
Looks like there was a Chum in the Waters thrown in the mid lane. Nothing coming from it. Chum in the Waters stolen by I'll Take Mid.
5 members of the Dark Horses are here though, as Lyle Walt is pretty close. So they could decide to go for a 4v5 play here as the Rammus is returning, but unfortunately no jungler means that he will have to be very careful because he honestly might have overstayed to his death. Seraphine ultimate, great, lands on top of 3. Soul taken there by Teague. Not sure if he knows how to play the champion. Actually, he does know how to play them. Goes for the dive there, trying to get something there. We'll be able to take down the Tom as well. Might not be done though. Looking for Speedy. He's able to jump over the wall. Does not have the quickness, unfortunately. But ultimate there, trying to get him down. Mid is here. Unfortunately, goes into his death. No support from his team, and that's a shutdown. Really well played by the Kangaroo Corral to at least get one back in response.
Yeah, Teague maybe getting a little over-ambitious, chasing into the red side jungle there.
Yeah, and over-ambitious now for the Dark Horses, as Wally Warp almost was able to get destroyed, but so much damage here for the Dark Horses means that they can walk out of here. Diving in again for Lyle, trying to get them back. Might actually be diving in because I think they can go for a turn here. Wouldn't be too bad, but Droid does have low mana. I think the Fizz might be a little bit low on mana too. Well, a lot of key ultimates are down. Mordekaiser ult is back up though, so you know, at the end of the day, it's not too bad. So lose 1, able to at least stay alive. While able to take down this Skull Crab, but it seems that for all of these back and forth fights, the Dark Horses do eventually get the better of them.
Yeah, Dark Horse seems to be playing out the extended fights a little bit better than Kangaroo Corral is. I will say, with the exception of a bit of an overextension there on the side of Teague's Viego into the red side jungle, but really keeping their heads, it seems, in these extended trades.
Yeah, and really the where the leads are really the perfect places, right?
Right.
Droid does not need the lead on his team. He's just going to be that supportive AD carry, where his heals are just going to really just be enabling his team. Lin, 4-1. Music X, after dying a couple times top lane, has come back, has almost just about 1k below. Lyle Walt has it out on the other side, and then obviously Viego is already well strong into this game. So I think just the nature of these champions, I think it does come down to, like I said, it's new champion difference. Teague will just be doing so much damage. If he gets one soul reset, I think it's going to be really tough for the Kangaroo Corral to win that team fight.
Yeah, and like we were saying, if they're playing the extended fights well, that lends itself really well into Viego's playstyle.
But we do have a little bit of an invade here, trying to take away some of the jungle camps, as 4 members of the Kangaroo Corral will be just maybe getting some vision down, trying to steal away anything they can. Poking back and forth, but after all of the high action gameplay, now we get a little bit of a calm. Maybe not for too long, as Lyle tried to maybe get some kind of tricky pick, but unfortunately does not land the tongue lash. But Lin here in the bot lane will just be able to push onto this tier 2, as all tech mid will go to match.
And looks like Fizz is not going to be allowed to back as mid goes ham on him here. And that's a flash.
Yeah, it does take it, but good flash away, landing his own ultimate. Lin will be able to get himself safely out. So, really nicely done from Ultec mid. Forces the flash out there. almost gets the solo kill as well. And Alltech-Man, you know, has a lot on his back to really carry this game. The Stylus is so very strong. So many great ultimates for him to steal. If you can steal, you know, a couple of good ones in the middle of the fight, obviously that he could definitely turn the tide. Since 6-3 and 2, he's definitely the one member alongside Lyle who can turn the tide of this game.
Yeah, and I will comment at this point. This is the first game in the series. Oh, we'll see what happens here first.
Now, I'm not sure if I can kill him in time for the rest of the team to get there. And honestly, they overstayed to their death, tried to chase down this champion, but unfortunately, a great Seraphine ultimate, but I'm not sure if they can do much more. Mooncaster is obviously very strong, but he did have ultimate. Not sure if he just didn't want to burn it for any reason, but Joy's ultimate will be able to save Music X. So, Tom Kench is not really the best champion to really run down with all of his passive shielding. Unfortunately, Speedy Bandito, really great positioning, will be able to take down Music X, but this means that they could have just thrown their lead, and Baron now could be going over to the side of Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, and I was gonna say previously, you know, we've had 2 full wipes in terms of dragons. This is the first game that we've seen, you know, a dragon after the first go to somebody other than the team that secures first dragon. I'm curious to see if it breaks the theme of first dragon secure equals win.
Yeah, well, because of all the dead members of the Dark Horses, this next dragon should be going over to the Kangaroo Corral, but Vigo is actually here first.
Oh,
TP in the
big
music
teleport.
Deck, so looks like they're going to try to fight for this dragon, trying to get the soul win con. As the ultimate does land there onto the Zaya, but really well timed. Featherstorm will be able to keep her alive, but Wildwarp unfortunately might be just out of position. Great ultimate there from Alltech Min. Wildwarp takes down Teague. So much damage just everywhere. Double kill for Wildwarp. It's just going to be falling. Alltech Min trying to execute Lynn the Legend. He does fall. Droid falls as well with Quadra kill going over to the
Rammus
Quadra kill. And at this point, off of that one single play, the Dark Horses has thrown their lead, lost the Soul win con, most likely, and honestly could have just thrown the game at that point.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. That's about as big of a swing as I think we're probably going to see in this 5-game series that we're watching here. Definitely more than anything we've seen in the first 2 games.
And right now, this almost could be maybe just one more tower. I don't think they'll have enough to get the inhibitor, as the respawns will be coming through. But the Quadra kill Rammus is not something you see every day. So, you know, Wildwarp, I said at the beginning of the game, this game will be on him to use that champion properly. And boy, has he done it properly. Quadra kill carries his team through that team fight. 6k gold lead for the Kangaroo Corral now. And definitely going to be super difficult for the Dark Horses to really get back into this game after that throw.
Yeah, absolutely a major presence in this game right now. Only more so, you're right, coming back onto the Rift with a bonus 4 kills worth of gold here. And I have a hard time seeing Dark Horse contest their next dragon. I mean, if that happened when they were only a little bit ahead, I mean, there's now a nearly 6k gold lead for Team Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, and really at this point with the Baron buff cooling down, a lot of gold in the pockets of the champions. Definitely going to need to see how this dragon comes into play. Because if the Dark Horses can somehow win a team fight, get the next dragon, their hopes for this game are not too bad, because they'll get themselves really back into the game. You know, trying to look for some picks, get that shutdown gold, because there's a ton of gold on these players, right? 3 huge bounties to pick off. But as long as the Kangaroo Corral can just play together, I think they'll be able to, you know, do well in these team fights.
Yeah, and I feel like it'd be remiss to not mention, you got 2 real tanky boys in Tom Kench and Rammus, right? Ocean Drag would feel real nice.
Yeah, Ocean Dragon just feels so good on all of these players, right? We saw how good it did for the Dark Horse in the last game. And so having, you know, champions that have so much healing like Alltech Min, like Lala Walt, they'll just be able to live forever. So I think if the Ocean Dragon does go over to the Kangaroo Corral, this game is probably over. But I think it's the same the other way around. But Looks like they're trying to go for a fight here, trying to take down Lao Walt here, as in the backline, Ultic mid, trying to take down the Fizz, as Fizz is just trying to dodge around. They already just take down Lao Walt, so Soul is getting great surfing ultimates there, and this is a turnaround. Shut down there on the Zaya. We'll be able to take down another one on the Rakan, and Ultic mid is the next to follow. Triple kill there from Music X, and Tiga's trying to take down the final member, but he might be able to get away just in time, and this is a turnaround they needed. I think the Dragon is spawning very, very shortly. Only one member left. Good thing it is the jungler, if it's not that long of a spawn timer. 2 minutes. Okay, so 2 minutes is a long amount of time. But yeah, this is that's a really, really important swing for the Dark Horses.
Yeah, I mean, even retaining that significant 500 gold shutdown on the Rammus, preventing that from going over to Viego there at the end. That fight seems very aggressive position-wise, right? You're taking that fight like a tower deep in that bot lane, bunched up. I feel like maybe Kangaroo Corral was getting a little bit ahead of themselves there.
Yeah, I think they maybe saw the
opportunity
to... Yeah, a little antsy, maybe thought, okay, we're so strong. Let's get a tower. You know, maybe more is that position, but unfortunately they grouped up. Altec mid could not kill it in time, and they just really played around all of their ults so well. But gold lead is still in favor of the Kangaroo Corral. It's 2k gold lead. Definitely helps that the Mordekaiser gets a lot stronger, gets a little more items in his pocket on top of the items that the Dark Horse can also get, as they will be able to steal this blue buff away.
Yeah, it looks like nothing really doing here other than, you know, the Dragon Baron spawn. What is the play here? It looks like Kangaroo Corral ready for Baron.
Yeah, maybe looking to trade both objectives, because this third dragon doesn't really mean that much. If the Kangaroo Corral just, you know, trades for the Baron and pushes, you know, for more, you know, standing gold in those towers, maybe even pushes in a Hib tower and an Hib, definitely a worthwhile trade, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They know that the Dark Horses want the Baron, or sorry, the Dragon. I don't know if they're really aware that they're trading 1-for-1, because this is not in favor of the Dragon team, depending on how well they use this Baron. But I think they're just going to handshake that. Maybe saying, hey, you know, we're on Soul Point now. Getting one more Dragon is doable. But their Baron take is not that fast, but unfortunately just fast enough before the rest of the team gets here. Music X might be able to stop a few members. But that does land on a lot of walls, so maybe this was a mistake from the King of Corral, as Music X is trying to get onto the backline. Seraphine ultimate will land with the Realm ultimate on top. Music X is into the Death Realm with Altec mid, but the fighting is back and forth. So much damage from everywhere. Music X doing so much AoE damage. Fizz does fall, and so does Music X. Unfortunately, T cannot get a reset in time. These death HP bars are just so big. Unfortunately, Swordmaster next to fall. T gets running for his life. Joy will be able to flash out, but unfortunately, Chains will land onto him, and that will be another kill. A 4-4-0 for the King of Corral. They are pushing for the game.
Absolutely backpacked through that fight by I'll Take Mid, if I do say so. The guy manhandled the Mordekaiser in the 1v1, and then proceeded to just give the rest of the fight, serve it up on a platter for his team. That was insane.
Yeah. And you saw right there, T tried to cut the wave. I don't think he cut the wave enough, but he might have just been able to stop for the potential ending push. So, I mean, just team fights back and forth and back and forth. Unfortunately, though, the gold lead is still very, very much in favor of the King of Corral. And after that team fight, this is still going to be a very, very difficult game. There's just, I don't think there's not really enough damage just yet. The tankiness of the Rammus, of the Tahm Kench is very, very strong, and there's a lot of sustain now. And it's just going to be another tough fight ahead of the Dark Horses.
Yeah, and I don't see, frankly, I don't see them winning the game at this point, outside of just straight up outplaying Kangaroo Corral for next Dragon.
Lindell might be getting caught up here. Actually, just barely dodges away from the chains. Flash away will be able to land his ultimate there. As he, wow, that was a far devour, but unfortunately, Lane will be able to get the shield there from Swordmaster, and unfortunately, Lau might have dived into his death. So, wow, really, really well played there from Lau. Ooh, perfect timing there. Teak will be able to kill Lau Walt off, take his soul, and they will be able to stop the push just for now, though.
Yeah, Lyle definitely feeling himself a little bit there. Like I respect that. You're Tom Kench. You've unbenched yourself pretty well so far. You're 3-3-17, and it just you hate to see that little fish get away from you.
Definitely still a difficult spot for the Dark Horses. Baron buff is still active. They are pushing in this tower. Unfortunately, not really that much poke to get that tower down. They can really just have to let the minions do the job, as mid is also pushing with the Baron buffed minions on top of the inhibitor, just super minions. That's what I was looking for. So about we have the ultimate land onto Teague, pops the stopwatch. For some reason, I'm not sure why. Just kind of wasted stopwatch there, but that's fine. Teague will be down a stopwatch. Maybe he thought that he would just get blown up by Altec mid. Maybe, who knows? But
Yep,
a minute and a half on the next dragon.
Maybe a bit of a fat finger syndrome.
Potentially. Yeah, definitely would have loved to have that stopwatch for the dragon fight, because this would be game defining. Because if they don't win this, they lose the game because of their lost structures. But if they do win this, they definitely have the potential to win the game. But Death Brush here for the Kangaroo Corral, so they're definitely looking to close it out as fast as possible.
Yeah, frankly, I could even see a scenario where they secure the dragon, but on losing the fight, they lose the game here. So they've definitely got to be careful. And here goes the Rammus.
Yeah, Wally unfortunately goes in without really any support from his team to follow up. To the top also goes in, but loses so much HP, and this is actually a pretty good fight. To the other side, great surfing ultimate landed there. Tilted-Tom is very, very low HP. Lin actually blows him up. Finn tries to dive way too hard, as Altec mid is in the death realm. We'll be able to leave shortly. B-Mandito, though, will be able to get Lin in response as Lawal dives in again. Unfortunately, Swordmaster with the wrong direction. Teak will be able to get out. Music X is able to live for only just so much longer. One auto will kill him. Almost barely got that on Speedy. Altec mid just trying to maybe get some of this tower damage down, but was able to at least trade 1-for-1. Teague is not done though. Altec mid will be able to dash over the wall. Speedy is still here, so we'll have to be careful. TP in there for Lyle, so they will be able to transition this maybe into the dragon. As the Rammus is low HP, so they will have to be careful if the side of the Dark Horses does decide to go for this dragon. But a very, very close fight there will be able to mean that the Dark Horses cannot secure the soul, and this will be soul point for now, both teams.
Yeah, this puts the game definitely in more dangerous territory for Dark Horse. At this point, basically anything that goes wrong for them for the rest of the game is the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to get a lot harder for the side of the Dark Horses to really win these team fights, because not only does the Rammus have a QSS now, but the AD carry does as well, as Teague is trying to run away, is able to get out. But Speed Bandito has the finished QSS, actually goes into the Mercurial. So not only has the ultimate to get away, but now also has the QSS in case she gets ulted. And really, we saw how many times that Music X has ulted Altec mid, and nothing has happened. He can't go into fight. I'm not sure if really he wants to take away Altec mid. Maybe could be looking to ult Lyle, really get him low. But Dragon is spawning in 1 minute. Full control here for the Kangaroo Corral. And at this point, this is going to be a very, very difficult game to win for the Dark Horses.
Yeah, it's definitely, the way I look at it at this point is it is kind of Kangaroo Corral's game to lose at this point.
Swordmaster is able to jump away, has the shield up properly to be able to protect his team. Do have the important abilities there finished, as a lot of damage is coming down there onto Lyle, but unfortunately Waller jumps into the backline. Fortunately, that is a really, really great surfing ultimate. Lyle is really just trying to do whatever he can. Music X is fighting Altec mid again. Actually does do a lot of damage, but unfortunately he is left out to his own. Does not have anything to save him, and that is a death, not the death you want to see, as the rest of the team is trying to run away, cut away from this team. Wally Warp will be able to not get anything done, as the inhibitor does respawn, but it's going to be killed off. And this could be the ending push. 40 seconds on Music X. This is looking really, really rough. Trying to get back into the fountain as the dive comes in there, so Tilted-Tom is able to get out just in time. First turret will fall. Trying to do as much as possible. Loud Wall diving in. Passive is popped there on the GA. Altec mid takes down one. Another one falls. Joy can do nothing but die as the final tower falls, and the Dark Horses cannot stop the push. The King of Corral wins game number 2, or game number 3.
Game number 3, indeed. Yeah, going to a strong 2-1 lead for Kangaroo Corral.
And that last fight was so close. We saw how, Music X actually did so much damage against Ultic Mid, but unfortunately, he was so far up, and his team wasn't able to really support him out the Death Realm. And maybe if they hard committed, that could have been a different fight. There was a lot of damage coming through. But unfortunately, it was just really, really tough. The one play from the 2 strongest members at the time, Ultic Mid, I apologize, Lin and Teague, trying to chase down Lyle, and that was the play that lost them the game. Lost the Baron after that, lost their bounties, lost the Dragon, and it's just very, very tough to see that they thought they could chase down a very, very tanky member, and this is what it led to.
Yeah, and it was a number of times I think they showed a little bit of antsy, a little bit overextended, a little overeager, chasing down those fights, and it cost them a couple times, and we saw it. Potentially the effects of a 5-game series starting to come into play here as people are getting worn down. We may be seeing a little bit more of these kind of mental errors going into games 4 and potentially game 5 here.
Yeah, and especially after a game like that, I think it's definitely going to be, having a almost 40-minute game going to definitely wear on these players, on top of maybe the frustrations that could have happened from how they really threw the game away for the Dark Horses. But the question is, how will they be able to get themselves really mental reset back into this game? Or back into the series, at least.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to take a minute here. And with these best of 5s, we're not giving them a whole lot of time. Take a beat, maybe get up, shake it out, grab a drink, grab a little snack, and then I feel like you got to reconvene approach, and maybe I think it all starts at pick ban for me. Maybe a new approach to pick ban.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to find out. So, speaking of reconvening, we will see you guys shortly for game number 4 with the series lead in favor of the Kangaroo Corral. Stick around, you won't want to miss how game 4 goes to see if we can get to that Silver Scrapes or if the series ends there. So, we'll catch you soon. All right, everybody, welcome back to the TCL Quarterfinals. We just saw a very, very back and forth game against the Dark Horses and the Kangaroo Corral, ending with a Kangaroo Corral win, pushing them to series point. And it was very, very close, really off of one bad play off the Dark Horses trying to take down Lyle. It was a whole swing in favor of the enemy team. And the question will be, can the Dark Horses really mentally reset, bring themselves to a win here to push them to game 5, or will they fall flat and fall down 3-1?
Yeah, and I mean that is the question. Everybody seems to be pretty sold on the concept of going the distance here in this tournament. We'll see if these gamers are conditioned for these best of 5 kind of conditions, you know?
Yeah, and this is really where best of fives really show how good teams can be with adaptation, with consistency, and just being able to play at a solid level, because you start to worry about things like exhaustion. You start to worry about things like frustration against,
Mhm.
one play lost you the game. You might get frustrated at that player, or you might, start to second guess your plays. Music X, maybe if you didn't die a couple of times in the other game, maybe could have swung the way that, maybe Lau would have died instead of, having
Mm.
him live for so long that the game turns, right? You start to maybe second guess everything. And you especially would be doing that if you get to a loss. But we are going to shortly be getting into the champ select here.
And looks like maybe we are getting right out of Champ Select.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an error, so we'll just get that fixed really quickly. But yeah, I think speaking of my prediction about how the series would go, I think it looked like it would have been true, but obviously I did not account for the thrill factor that the TCL teams can have, since it is definitely a real factor. Um, so I think, like I said, that game was in control of the Dark Horses, but one play changed everything, right? With all
Ab-
those objectives up, with that lane in the game, you take out the strongest members of the team, can't really do anything. So
Absolutely.
the question will be, what's the draft look like? Are they going to, question about the Tom Kench top side? It's the same side selection, so they could first pick the Mordekaiser again. So the question will be, what are your expectations for draft here?
I'm gonna be honest. I still don't understand. I think I must be missing an element as to why we're ending up on the same sides every time. I guess they really prefer their pick and ban opportunities played out the way they are. These first 3 bans have not been very different. At least in the first set here, right? Coming especially from Kangaroo Corral, the one big difference they made was throwing in that Kindred ban rather in game 2. I'm interested to see if they stick with it here. I feel like it may not be an entirely necessary ban, although it does, give a good AD carry tool to the side of Dark Horse, a team that typically puts their AD carry on a more support champion.
I think I would want to see it, because it was obviously like a very big factor for their win in game number 2. And obviously the King of Corral won that game. And I think it was just, they could have said, okay, well, let's play a little better early game, and we won't have to really worry about them for in the game for us to have won that. So I think the Kindred ban, very, very good. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Silver ban for Droid. I would also hate to see the Fizz ban, but they could just say, Fizz couldn't do that much late in the game. I also don't think he should pick Fizz, even though, Lin is a very, very strong Fizz player, and it's one of his specialties. I don't think in the composition of his team, I think he just needs to have that consistent damage, right? I think playing something like the Victor, like a standard mage and not an assassin, I think would do his team much better in game 4.
And I do think that mid has a pretty solid answer to Fizz in the shape of Silas. So provided that there's no Silas ban, I think that's more than acceptable to leave up. So, but I agree with you. I would like to see. I also just realized Teague and Lin are out of order here. I don't know if that means anything as to their plans for the game. I'm assuming they're not planning on having Teague play mid lane.
No, it probably just was from the lobby breaking. So we'll
Yeah.
probably get that fixed in game, but Lin will most likely be playing mid lane. At least probably 100% will be. But
Mhm.
draft, no changes thus far. It looks like the same as
Right.
game number 3. One of the guys are locked. Tom Kench response with the Zaya there for Speedy. So the question will be, do we see the Seraphine again? I think the Seraphine was fine. I think Droid plays that well, and I think it works in the composition. But I
Right.
think we need a new mid laner. We need a more consistent damage mid laner.
I agree. I think especially if you're not putting out like a solid okay, back to the Senna. So I'm thinking maybe they're feeling like they're lacking a little bit of that sustained damage with that um with the Seraphine and the lack of a a marksman jungler in missing Kindred.
They're gonna go for the Cho'Gath Senna again. The same composition that had them hard lose the 2v2. If I lock that in, this is a 3-1. It's a 3-1, boys. Pack it up. Let's go home. I really don't think that the Senna Cho'Gath works. I think it's too niche. I also don't think that they really can play that well, because I wouldn't be surprised if they lock Brand here. Maybe, yeah, lock in the Brand. You already won game 1 the same way. I think 2v2 is already done. They can't win that with the melee of the Cho'Gath. Zaya can just get the free damage. Brand has so much AoE. This is just already a lost draft to me, in my opinion.
Yeah, and frankly, I think based off of the evidence we got from last game in the Tom Kench matchup, I think it's fairly safe to say that at the very least, Kangaroo Corral has an even top lane, and I'd say probably that they're getting the most out of this draft so far in all 3 picks that have come across.
For sure, I think the power of the Rammus would be like even better this game, but it will be banned away.
Yeah, there it
So
is.
that does leave Wale maybe back onto the Zac, which I think would be fine. Just giving Altec mid a strong champion, getting really great CC. Viego ban I think is also fine. He obviously was T played that really well, so I don't hate that either. But the question will be, what do they want to ban away? I wouldn't be surprised to see. I would have actually probably expected an Altec mid ban, but they will take away the Trundle maybe just for the stats that can be taken from the Mord and the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, Trundle getting a lot of face time in TCL this season in both picks and bans. Definitely a bit of a departure from previous seasons. And Zin's out, strong jungler that puts out a decent amount of pressure. Pretty
Yes.
popular at the moment.
Yeah, I really do like the Xin Zhao as a jungler. I do like him a lot more though with a enchanter to really get him going. Right, we saw how if you watch any of the professional scene in the beginning of this season of the summer split, Xin Zhao Karma was such a powerful lane. Xin Zhao with the Lulu also a very strong duo. Unfortunately, they don't have really an enchanter, and I don't think Altec Mid is going to pick an enchanter mid. So having the Xin Zhao's fine. Teague on the Olaf would be interesting. I do again like the Victor because the Victor was a strong pick. Olaf though,
I like the Olaf.
it's not bad. He definitely is no longer as strong as he was, but he's still a strong, consistent jungler.
What is this Evelyn hover?
I think it's just a hover.
Yeah.
I don't think he should pick that champion. I think it's just a hover as well.
I think
Wouldn't be
Heimerdinger
so-
would be incredibly spicy. Is
no,
that the Vayne mid?
that's the Vayne top Tom Kench mid.
No way.
100%.
No way.
I
No,
don't-
that's
I
a
don't
Vayne
think-
mid. There's
I don't
no way
think-
Lyle plays Vayne. Lyle doesn't play mid. Yeah. That's gotta be I'll take mid. He showed the Vayne, was it last week or the week before?
Vayne into Victor seems really rough. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. So I think Vayne on Altec mid is fine. I do expect this to be a lane swap though, because I don't think Vayne will ever win into Victor. Because she walks up, she gets the gravity field, just the constant poke. I think she will do so much better into Mordekaiser.
Okay. So you think Lyle and mid lane swap here?
They should. Now, maybe they don't. Maybe they think it's fine. I don't like the Vayne mid. I think he just picks anything else. Like he just picks a Silas, just picks a Syndra, and he does fine. And their composition is winning. I think that Vayne really throws a wrench into where if it doesn't go well, you're playing a 4v5, and it's that Vayne can really just be targeted so heavily because what the Olaf does allow now for their team is a lot of dive, right? You can just run into the back line, blow up the brand, blow up the Vayne, try to get the Xayah out of her ult, and obviously Xin Zhao's ult helps you for range damage. So this Olaf can do a lot of damage, and if the 2v2 maybe goes a little bit better, maybe this game looks a little bit different. But I still do predict this is going to be a 3-1, and the King Corral are just gonna win it out.
Okay, you're liking a 3-1 from Kangaroo Corral here. In spite of the Vayne pick.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if they do go for the swap where mid plays top, I think that's fine. The 2v2 bot, I think is really the biggest thing.
Okay.
I saw how, the Jordan played on the Senna. I just think they're going to get zero value. And having
Okay.
the Brand and the Zai get that free lane, they'll just be able to do so much. And especially with the Tom going into the mid lane, I think into Victor, that's going to be a very, very weird matchup. And I think the Vayne's just going to, if, Ultimate just plays how he should play top lane, if he does go top lane, it should just be an easy lane if he doesn't get caught by the E, or if he doesn't get caught by the E, he just E's himself and pushes back the Mordekaiser. So I think it just makes more sense to me, but I don't like the draft of the Vayne, but I think I still have to give them the advantage.
Yeah, and so what I find interesting here is mostly Wally Xin Zhao, and does he just camp the ever living life out of Lin? Does he just live mid lane, prevent Lin from being relevant, prevent him from playing aggro into the Vayne, and just kind of keep the heat off of Eli long enough for him to scale up and just be a force? Because frankly, Vayne into the Cho'Gath, Olaf, Mordekaiser late game will be kind of nice. But like you said, he has to exist for that to matter.
Yeah, for sure. I think I might have preferred him to be on the Zac, in all honesty, because it would have been much easier for him to do, get much more things going bot lane, especially because I haven't seen him on the Xin. Plus, having no Enchanter makes me a little bit nervous for what this can happen, especially if he just gets run down by the Olaf. But I would hope for him to be kind of a, just an annoyance on the map, just be camping consistently, trying to get his laners ahead, because that's really going to be a huge way for the side of the King and Corrals to really just kind of spiral their lead. But we'll have to see how he decides to play this match.
Absolutely. And I think you're spot on with a lot of the onus here being on Droid and Swordmaster's lane, whether they get bullied out or if he turns some value on Senna. I think this could definitely go in the favor of Dark Horse.
For sure.
Yeah, I think surface level initial reaction, I gotta agree with you. My money's on Kangaroo Corral and a quick 3-1 here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Teague just decides to play towards the bot side for, try to help that 2v2. Since obviously we saw how it went game number 1, definitely was not easy for the Senna or the Cho'Gath. But hey, maybe, they just didn't play it well, or maybe they try to find a way to do it better. Not too sure. But the question will be, actually, it is looking like Vayne mid. At least to where these initial lane assignments are going. Former is staying in this bush as it is the 5-point setup. So maybe they, if Wally walks forwards, there's unfortunately not that much CC, unless you go for the Rupture. But Wally could easily flash away from that, so there's really no fear, unless he walks up. But with that ward down, he will be able to keep himself alive. But if production could, just for our own sake, swap the mid and the jungle portraits, so we can in the bottom bar is the way you do it. Right there, you pull them. Yeah, there we go.
Beautiful.
No problems there. Perfect. Thank you, production. But yeah, this will be, I think, a very interesting game, because I think that Vayne mid into the Victor is really, I don't think it's going to go well, but maybe I'll take mid knows something that I don't.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure. He's been practicing it. It's been something that he's been playing. I think he must just be confident in his ability to play a safe lane. But my initial reaction, and I mean, for what it's worth, that was my captain last season. The dude doesn't really play like safe lanes. The guy, he's aggressive. He goes for kills. He goes for the early pressure. I saw, you know, we saw success on the Vayne from him previously, but I didn't pay much attention. So I'm excited to see what he does with it this game. Looks like gank top lane right off the bat.
Yeah, Lyle will have to burn his flash. He does burn the flash perfectly as the axe does not land, so we'll be looking for a repeat gank here, hopefully for T to capitalize on that blown flash. But, you know, nice rotation there. I believe Olaf actually went for the early invade there top side, so nice job on that. Altec mid though is able to, you know, get some... Is able to get the 3 passive stack damage. W does land there on Speedy, but unfortunately... You know, it's going to be a tough, oppressive lane here in the bot side as well. He's looking to move here, maybe, you know, double invade here from both sides.
Yeah, looks like maybe we're going to be getting into some vertical jungling here moving forward. We'll see how that plays out for the rest of the game for these two teams. Maybe not. Looks like Wally may be moving into his bot side here right after his wolves. Potential for a little bit of a meeting here around mid lane.
I'll take mid, does get the condemn into the wall. Ward is here over the wall, so they do know that Wally is here. But he is able to take down all of the chickens and is able to get out. Most likely will be able to pick up the spot scuttle. So vertical jungling is complete for both of these sides. Krugs is still up for Wally, the same way the Krugs are up for Teague, so it's basically just a handshake of camps. So, you know, both jungles will be fine, but they will have to definitely make notice that they'll have to play the rest of this a little bit better. But unfortunately, Lyle is more than dead here. He's not able to get out, has no ability to get away. Teague is here.
A big
able
W.
to actually dive over the wall.
E.
Teague should be able to land the Q there. It actually flashes for it, but there's a lot of passive shielding here from Lyle. Does not have the shield anymore, but Teague is definitely going for it. Unfortunately, cannot go any farther, so Lyle just perfectly gets himself out, so not too bad on his part.
Yeah, shout out to Lyle here on holding that voyage, that dash knock-up ability that I don't know the name of, but waiting until Death's Grasp comes out from music on the Mordekaiser, and he knows there are no more hard CCs coming out, and he can just kind of pop right over to the other side of the wall. Really well played.
Yeah, and that really, you know, does hit him a lot because he blows Teague's flash, stays alive, and, you know, the wave is in a good spot for him. It's right into his tower, so really doesn't even lose that much there. And even though it looked pretty rough at first, not too bad at this point. But Teague is getting sped up, but unfortunately there is vision right there, so he cannot get much more than just scale those people off. But obviously Olaf is a very, very strong early game champion, so he could decide to go and get the dragon, but does not decide to do so. Heads back to his Krugs.
Yeah, Abyssal Dive was the name I was looking for there. And looks like he may be posturing up again on this Mordekaiser. Feeling very confident on the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, funnily enough, Music X does not decide to go for the early strong lane where he won the first 1v1. Just decides to maybe play a little bit slower, wait for his abilities. But at this point now, he's losing the trades a lot more than he was before. So I think Lyle, now that he hasn't died, and he's got, you know, all these abilities, I think he's going to be able to do a lot more for himself in this lane for his own agency. But Teague is still running around trying to find things, as, you know, Wildwolf is doing a really good job of invading this game.
Oh boy. 2 tower shots being taken by the Lyle and the ult coming out.
Who unfortunately does not get the Q tongue there. Takes a lot of damage there from Music X, so he will be forced out of lane. Well done there. But this means that because of the invade from Wally Warp, rotation there in priority in mid and bot, this means first dragon will be going over to the Dark Horses.
Yeah, and I will note again, last game broke that little trend of first dragon going to the winning team. That being said, I have to say I do favor the early dragon pressure in these games.
Yeah, and I think the good thing for both, or at least a good thing for the Dark Horses at this point, is they are 100% getting a good dragon. This is either going to be an Ocean Soul game or an Infernal Soul game, which is going to be really good on all of their champions, because the poke that Jordan will be able to have if there's Infernal Soul with Lyn, on top of the healing that they can get on Teague with the sustain, Droid's healing as well, on top of the tankiness that Swordmaster can have, very, very good. But the same to say for the poke on the side of the Kangaroo Corral. So, you know, I think Dragon is going to be a very, very big point of a win con. So, starting off well, though, for Dark Horses.
Yeah, Music definitely suffering from some early Tom Kench pressure. I think he's going to be... If he can just make it to getting that mythic item, I think that sustain will come through really, really big for him on his ability to kind of linger in lane. Be shocked if, Lyle even lets him back here.
Yeah, Teague is around. He is in the jungle, maybe just trying to get himself to level 6 as fast as possible. This guy is taking a lot of damage. He will actually be engaged upon.
Oh, wow.
Does not use the ultimate. It would have given him passive HP to where he could have lived, but Lyle will get that first blood there. Teague is here, fortunately not level 6. Does not have the unstoppable force of his ultimate. So Music Axe, I don't think, realizing that he would have had a little bit more HP, maybe could have lived under tower with DW, not sure, but that's a really good start there for the King of Corral with first blood.
And looks like that's going to transition into some mid, possibly Rift Herald pressure for the side of Kangaroo Corral here.
And Ultimate actually popped his ultimate. Maybe just take the Q restart because he was a little bit scared. But while just rotating down, he's actually doing a lot of damage. You do have the Sun ultimate coming through. The chains do land, or the Q lands, but really, really well-timed ultimate there from Lyn. Is able to take down Ultec mid. Lyle might be next. Tries to get the lash there on the Teague, but Teague will be able to get the execute there. That is a 2-for-0, and that is a bit of an overstep for the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, absolutely feeling a little, here's that word again, overambitious, a little overzealous, trying to hunt out that 2v2 where might not have been entirely necessary.
Yeah, and topside, Music X just gets a free time hitting on that tower. I believe he gets 2 tower plates potentially, or he will be able to get 2 tower plates by the time that Lyle returns, maybe even a third. So yeah, even though Soul Kill there onto his opponent is going to be behind a fair bit amount of gold on the back, and you can see there, after getting that first blood and dying, is down 400 gold. So you know, that's a little bit unfortunate there. If he was able to get that, you know, at least 1 kill there in the mid lane, it would have looked a lot better. But Wally Warp is here topside, be able to you know, after going for the invade, which he's been doing a really, really good job of that. So is keeping up well with the Olaf, but still, you know, it's a little bit of a not the best looks for the King of Corral here in the early game.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, we're seeing, in spite of the death kill advantage in top lane for Lyle Walt, we are seeing a CS lead in favor of Music, and in the bot lane, not a whole lot going on other than Droids picking up a sneaky 2 assists. Kind of making up for the fact that, you know, Starving Senna may be a little bit behind on gold relative to Xayah there.
Yeah, gold lead is in favor, though, of obviously the Xayah because of just the natural damage that she can put on with the brand. So they'll be in the lead just about a couple 300, 400 gold. So getting some more top lights from themselves definitely also feels really good. We'll be able to, you know, continue to push their lead. So bot lane will definitely be one of their win cons, at least for the King of Corral. But gold lead is actually evened out, I believe, after all of the gold tower plates that the bot lane did receive.
Yeah, and of course, any top laner can attest to how painful it is to leave lane on a roam, end up dying, and just while your death timer is ticking down, you're sitting there watching your opponent top laner just accumulate gold. Hurts the soul.
Yep, hurts the soul. But speaking of soul, seems like the Kangaroo Corral does want to get their get themselves on track for the Dragon Soul as they are trying to take down this Cloud Dragon. They do not have bot priority, unfortunately, because of the Speedy Bandito reset. Ultimate Man is off a reset as well. TP is on Lyle, so he can join this fight if he wants. Music X cannot, but just clear out some vision, and after the vision has been cleared, might be able to transition over as actually just going back into his top jungle. So nothing just yet, but Music X, unfortunately, topside, may be able to get away. Unfortunately, he is in his own death realm. He actually is able to get away, so Lyle is not able to finish that kill. Music X, good job of the eating Lyle away from him.
Yeah, that matchup, I mean, it does not appear to be getting any better for Mordekaiser. I can only hope he finishes that that mythic item, and with that Omni Vamp is able to exist a little bit more in lane.
Yeah, the one thing though for the King Corrals, they are finally able to claim the dragon, which means that they are on their way to getting the Ocean Soul, which is definitely a good thing to have. Big is here though. Speedy has ult, has flash, is able to Gale Force away, is able to put on the ultimate and keep himself alive. Pretty low HP, but Wally is here with the TP coming in from Lyle, so this could be a turnaround. This will be a very, very good turnaround for them. Ultimate there is getting out of play. Teague actually is able to fall and actually kill Speedy before he is not able to fall, so actually that's a really, really great, turnaround back and forth. The King of Corral is staying around though. Maybe Brand trying to look for some kind of kill. W does not land there from the Senna as Wallop. Now we'll have to be careful with all of these slows coming out. Might be falling here. Flashes out just before the Rupture comes in, so good flash there, but unfortunately the King of Corral does not get anything done and burns a lot of summoner spells for it.
Yeah, and Tilted Tom, I've got to say, just quietly doing damage back there. It's a big conflagration right there. Hits 4 people with it. Just kind of ticking away with that DOT,
Yeah, and Gold Lead is now just 1k in the favor of the Dark Horses, so, not too bad of a deficit, but definitely not how the King of Corral would prefer this game to go. They do at least have the dragon, so not the end of the world.
Yeah,
but,
and you hate to see that plate disappear right as Tom Kench is about to secure it.
Yeah, and Wally might have to be a little careful here, as we'll be able to walk it out. Did not decide for any of those members to flash. Did not really have flash on anyone who could go for the execute kill. But really at this point, it's just probably going to be a little bit of a slower game. No objectives up here for about 3 minutes. Besides the Rift Herald, and there could be potential take of it once Wally starts to walk topside, but definitely need to see the King of Corral playing a little bit smarter, so they can maybe not just give a advantage to their opponent, as this Brand will be dying here to Limo Legends with the TP in. Speedy will be able to get out with his Gale Force, no problem, but this is just a really, really great rotation from the side of the Dark Horses, just really grabbing them advantages all across the map.
Yeah, and they're definitely looking like they're ready to extend this lead and close out the game. I'll be excited to see what happens when they set up for this next dragon here. It's going to be a good 2 minutes or so. Yeah, 2:15. And I have to believe that they're looking to secure the dragon lead here, because that's the objective that stands out to me at the moment, at least.
Yeah, definitely super, super important for these teams to be able to get the dragon, because it's definitely a win con, right?
This looks good.
Yeah, Music X is ulting there onto Wally Warp. Teague is here though, so Lyle will not be able to do really much, but actually perfectly timed the Abyssal Voyage. Is able to do it right as the Death Realm expires, so really, really well done, which means his team is able to rotate over and be able to play in the Rift Herald here, so just, yeah, really, really just smart heads-up play.
And as we're 16 minutes into the second game of the Tom Kench versus Mordekaiser matchup, I can't help but think, man, the fact that you can eat Mordekaiser for a couple seconds kind of counters his ultimate.
Yeah, it definitely helps you for the sustain, for sure. But, you have to be very careful if he ever gets low HP, because you won't be able to out-sustain that much damage. especially if there is any healing cut for Music X. But another death not given away is definitely a good thing. So we'll have to see where Wall decides to use this Rift Herald though.
And the farming, just farming away in the bot lane. Just farmers farming, man.
Farmers do be farming. Top lane though, Music X will be able to claim that tower as Wall Warp is around. So if he does overstay, which he is fighting, so I think Wall Warp will be coming away. He should be able to get the Devour, throw him closer to his teammate.
Yeah,
Yep,
this
I'll
like
take mid walking.
this
as
definitely
well.
looks like a kill.
Yep, and that was a really great job. He is not, just barely able not to land his
Oh.
W. But huge knock up there. We'll be able to get the kill with the assist from Wally Warp. Kill goes over to Wally, which means that he
Incredible.
should most likely be dropping this Rift Herald. So, that was just really well done. A little bit of an overstay there for Music X after grabbing that tower.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the sneaky Vayne had come up ready to clean up any kills that snuck past there.
Yeah, but crossing that play happened. Second Dragon will be going over to the Dark Horses, realizing that Wally Warp is topside, so no fear about getting that Dragon started or stolen. So, straight across the map, but this could be another tower going over to the King of Corral if they keep pushing it.
I was gonna say, definitely looks like a second Herald proc at the very least, if not the full tower going down.
Yep, they will actually just decide to back, so no fear for getting the tower, but nice dodge there from Speedy. Could be a potential fight, but with nothing really coming out of it. No CC landed. Olaf will just walk it out and let the Zaya and Brand go. At this
Here's
point,
that
though,
Big
ahead.
push coming out.
yeah, at this point, it's definitely just going to be winning on those probably objectives with merely just kind of capitalizing oversteps. Doesn't seem like these teams really want to look for any kind of like big plays or kind of like team fights prior. Maybe just, opportune picks on oversteps. So, I mean, of all the games we've played, this is definitely one of the slowest with only 6 kills at 19 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely not a kill a minute or more, as we've kind of been getting kind of accustomed to in these last few games. A little bit spoiled with our action. But here we go mid lane.
Yeah,
Bit
Lau
of an
is here.
abyssal dive.
Yep, we'll be able to get the Devour. We should be able to get the death of Lin, but I'll take mid. Not tanky at all. Has so little armor, but since the Tom is here, there should be a lot of AoE. Music X is also joining the fray. There's a lot of damage just coming through. We have the low health bars of one member. Falls down there as one more will die. I'll take mid, trying to get something done here as the Devour, or the actually Abyssal Voyage, will get Lyle Walt away. Flash there from Tom to save him. Actually, is that the trade kill there? I'll take mid, I think just falls, I think maybe the brand passive and ignite. But, just a lot of, trying and forcing of these plays. The King and Corral, they really just can't get anything from it.
Yeah, and mid's positioning there a little bit suspect, stepping up on a squishy 80 carry champion. I understand he's trying to get that condemn into a position where he can, earn himself some space, some room to move and auto attack there, but definitely just extending a little bit too far, finds himself grabbed by an Olaf axe, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said before, I don't really get the Vayne pick. I think it's way too situational, and this is not the situation to play it in. You just put mid on the mage, put him on the Syndra, put him on the Silas. So much of a better game, right? But unfortunately, he decides to go for the big value there. Maybe thinking because he's got one game to work with.
Mhm.
So regardless, it is a favor again for the Dark Horses, and we've seen them throw a game before, so we'll see if they have the same result here again.
Yeah, I'm not expecting a throw in this game. Granted, I mean, who's ever expecting a throw? But I feel like Dark Horse has themselves pretty well collected here. Music's kind of buckled down on his positioning after that overstep following the tower take, and I think that if they play this, if they tighten up and kind of play clean through the rest of the game here, this 2K gold or lead or so that they have, it'll pan out for them.
Yeah, but bot side, again, we get the overstep there of Wally Warp. Unfortunately, gets into the Death Realm and dies before he can do anything.
Oh, this
As
could be
the
a dead
Olaf
Vayne.
now- Yeah, Vayne has no chance of getting out of here. Olaf will be able to secure that kill, but we have the damage here coming through. We have Lyle trying to get something
man.
done. Great Eruption there, gets all three of them. But Filter Tom's able to shut down Swordmaster with a lot of damage coming out for Speedy. Unfortunately, Speedy is kind of flash for his life. Luna Legend will be able to shut down Lyle Walt, and it just gets really from bad to worse for the Kangaroo Corral.
And that should be a Baron, I would think. No?
I mean,
looks
they're
like they
definitely
may
gonna
be looking for it.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna try for it. It wouldn't be the
There it
worst
is.
attempt because there's relatively long death timers. Wally Warp and Speedy have to back, and there's decent damage on Droid, on Lin, as well as Teague. So I think this is
And
maybe
here's
a little bit
Wally.
of a slow Baron, but yeah, Wally is here. We'll be able to obviously know, but there is a lot of ability to stop that. And they're actually going for the fight right away. They're able to not kill
That's a
Michigan,
big
unfortunately,
Mordekaiser.
Not in time. And Wally Warp is just here with no support, is just dying. Ultec Mid is going to be the next one to fall. It's caught in the gravity field, and it's just so uncoordinated. They'll just wait for Tilted Time to get here. Would have had so much more AoE, but I guess they stopped the Baron at the very least. But
Comes
what
the
they
Dragon
didn't
Take.
stop is the Dragon Take, right? Dark Horses will be able to walk over there, get this Dragon for free. No fear of a Smite Steal, and it's just kind of rough to watch at this point for the King Corral. They're just forcing at every single moment, and it doesn't look like they're playing around each other's team. You know, such a far look from how they were game number one.
Yeah, mad props to my boy Music X here, playing through the pain, through the injury, goes 0-2-0 into a 2-2-6. Big respect there. The guy's playing very well. I've got to say, his 1v2 in the bot lane into that 2v2 where the Olaf comes in to help him out with the Vayne. Distracting Wally and I'll take mid there for a while really sets up the rest of that next like 2 minutes of play there for his team.
Yeah, and this next 2 minutes of play is definitely going to be important because the tempo that the Dark Horses have to push their pressure into trying to maybe set vision for the Baron, maybe trying to bait the Baron into a fight, definitely will be kind of their focus moving forward. And then honestly, the King of Corral just needs to stop all the fighting, stop the forcing. Just scale up, you know, the Vayne gets very, very strong in late game, just along with Zaya. Wally Warp will be able to, you know, get himself into a place where he feels good. But it's just, you know, they have to start slowing the pace of the game because they're just trying to fight. And speaking of, they're going to go for more of this fight. And, you know, Gravity Field won't get anything, but Ultimate there from all Techman will be able to, you know, get on top of a little bit of damage. As the Brand might be next one to fall, as you know, Y and him will flash away. Droid will ultimate hold the top. The Olaf will take down one as they're trying to get more damage in. A lot of damage coming through. Vayne trying to do so much and trying to kite away at the very, very least. Lyle, I believe, is in the death realm. Will be able to be the next one to fall. Can't really do anything to get out. Unfortunately, Vayne cannot do anything but just flash away. So much damage coming through from the Dark Horses, just pushing King of Corral away, and that is just 2 for 0 as they're pushing down this mid-tier 2, looking to take down this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, just onward and upward from Dark Horse right now, really pushing their advantage, pushing their lead, and not really cutting any slack or breathing room for Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, and they're pushing so hard right now. They're able to get the E there on 2-1. Takes him down. Tower will fall, and that means they're going for the inhibitor turret. We'll actually just be able to back off because I think the respawn timers are coming through. But they definitely could have gone for the inhibitor if they wanted. But really, this is just a well-played game from the Dark Horses. They're just using their lead so well, always looking for these fights that are just so in their favor. And really, there's so little that the Kangaroo Corral can do. And at this point, it's looking like they might be going to Silver Scrapes.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Dark Horses will be able to rotate to the bot side to be able to take down that jungle. Obviously, the Baron is still up. Maybe the King of Corral is going for just a desperation play with the damage that they do have. Maybe even trying to go for some invade, Death Bush potential. But at this point, it's TP coming through from the side of the Dark Horses. Music X does join the fight. and they're just going for the, I guess, counterplay as Jungle, Wally Warp is just kind of off on his own, just taken down, as now the fight is off also on the other side, as the Senna will be pushed away. Damage just coming through, Senna ultimate comes over the top, and that is a low HP bar. That is a Olaf taking down that kill. Actually, response there, Olaf is falling down there. Gravity Field, though, is nice. We'll be able to take down Loud before he can get away. And this means that this should be the Baron going over to the Dark Horses. Wally is down. Vayne and Zaya can really do nothing but try to get some poke, because if they try to go for this fight, this is probably going to be their death.
Yeah, absolutely, and notably, 1,000 gold going over to the brand, a potential damage carry in the late game, but you know, Cho'Gath secure coming through, and I'm still liking this in favor of Team Dark Horse.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a lot harder at this point for in the game, because we've got the Ocean Dragon spawning here shortly. That will be, this is sole point for the Dark Horses. They have Baron. They'll be able to use that Prowl, probably get them the Dragon for free. Not only that, they have Cho'Gath execute for the Dragon, so they won't lose the Smite fight. I'll take mid is you know, so far behind, he won't be able to do much. All the members of really the King of Corral are just so far behind. And a nice warp shot there landed, and that will be another death. That Tilted Tom will fall, and yeah, there should just be a free dragon now for the Dark Horses.
Yeah, and looks like they want nothing but dragon. They're just gonna sit around, wait for this soul, and roll it down. I would assume mid lane. We'll see what happens. This is not looking good for King Group Corral, to say the least. 15 kill deficit, 3 dragon deficit, down about 10k, 3 towers, 28 minutes in. Yeah, I'm not seeing any light at the end of his tunnel.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that tunnel is all but impassable. The Dark Horse train is just barreling right through. And really, it's just them just going to run down the mid lane, probably get this inhibitor with their Baron minions. If there's any team fights, yeah, they spotted out the one. And if there's any team fight, I mean, they just win the team fight straight up, even though Music X is not here. I think they can just hard win the 4v5. George has been playing very, very well this game, has almost 3 full items. We'll be able to knock down this mid inhibitor. I'll take mid, try and do push off Music X from that bot inhibitor. But really, there's only so much he can do. He does do a lot of damage, actually. Sen Ultimate will be coming over to support him, as now I'll take mid might be a little bit too far. Does not, actually does have the TP if he wants to, but is able to not be chased down much farther. But this means now with the tier 2 fallen in bot lane, they're pushing for the inhibitor.
Yeah, mid gets Cheesy back over by the red buff. Gonna run up, see if we can put together a bit of a defense for this tower. But that is a big Cho'Gath flash.
Ooh, almost gets that ultimate there onto the Zaya, but she is barely alive. They will be able to push down, most likely almost end the game here if they are able to get a kill. A little bit of a lot of damage there onto Music X, but Wild is walking up almost to his death. Ultimate there will be able to push them back, trying to get into the Falcon to heal back up. Rupture lands there onto Tilted Tom. All segment is trying to run these people down. You know, the Vayne is at a decent point if she can just get the free firing, but taking down the inhibitor and they'll be able to back, no problem.
Kinda hurts to know that 4 of the people on your team can lose half their health bar in one button press if they get too close to Cho'Gath, you know?
Yeah, and really there's just not going to be much that the Dark Horses can do. 2 inhibitors are down. The Baron will be spawning in probably, you know, a decent amount of time to where they probably can't contest because they'll have too many Supermans pushing through. And, you know, if the Dark Horses wanted to, they could go for the TP flank to end the game. TPs are up on I'll take mid, and Music X's, I believe, is coming up shortly. And, you know, all these members are just so tanky. Cho'Gath, 2-1-8, 0-0-18 for the Senna, 5-1-9, 10-1-8, 3-2-10. I mean, all of these guys. I mean, if you look at the gold difference, the jungle gap is ginormous. Mid gap 3k. Bot lane is only about 1,000, obviously because of the fasting Senna. And there's a 2k gold lead for the Cho'Gath, and really just everywhere. It's just
gigantic,
gigantic advantage.
Yeah, I mean that's what. Oh wow, Where did the brand go?
Brand disappeared, and Lyle might be the next one to disappear as well.
Oh, good timing
Swordmaster-
on the shield.
Yeah, Swordmaster does try to go for the Munch. Cannot get it though, but Lin does finish off Lyle, as they will be able to most likely take down this tier 2 top. I mean, and they're going for all these objectives here, looking for the final inhibitor turret, as the Baron should be spawning here relatively shortly. And, you know, it's just a really, really cleanly played game here from the Dark Horses.
Yeah. This is looking a little bit more like game 2, if I have to be honest.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same result as game number 2. As this last inhibitor will spawn, we will have super minions in every single lane. There is nothing that the Kangaroo Corral can do to stop the takes of either the Elder or the Baron. And
On
really,
top
that
of
also
which-
could just
Cho'Gath ulti.
yeah. And honestly, at this point, they might just be going for the end because they just win every single fight.
And it only gets worse as these minion waves come in.
And we saw how much damage that Ultimate can be doing with the poke there onto the Xayah. Force back there into the fountain, as now they are looking to just get all these pushed. Ultimate mid will actually might be falling here. We'll have to get you in there. It's going to stay alive, but unfortunately, one warp trapped up there by the gravity field. 4 members left for the Dark Horses before they get to the game number 5. BD very, very low HP there into the ultimate will be falling there by T. Wild Walt trying to get anything done. That's going to take down Ultec mid. Or actually, it is a takedown Lin. As Ultec mid trying to put it down as much damage as he can. As honestly looking kind of decent. Unfortunately, stopwatch there will not be able to take down the rest of these members. As a free fighting from Droid will secure them. Game number 4. And we are in the Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, scrapes it is, and in pretty spectacular back and forth fashion. Game 1 and 3 going over to Kangaroo Corral. Game 2 and 4 to Dark Horse, and decisive, like truly decisive games for 3 out of the 4.
Yeah, and honestly, it probably would have been a decisive game for game number 3, outside of the throw. So, you know, I guess they did it. We are in for a full game series, which means that our second best of 5 will be pushed back one more game. But we'll try to keep our pauses between these games as short as possible to make sure that we can keep this series running. So we'll go to a break and we'll talk about the game in as soon as we get back. So stick around and we will be able to see who will be going on to the semifinals.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name.
All right,
here we are.
everybody. Here we are. This is it. Game number 5 between the Dark Horses and the Kangaroo Corral. The winner of this match will take on Dads After Dark, who is captained by Bloodbath and Beyond. We just saw a really another one-sided game here from the Dark Horses. They maybe had a little bit of a few mistakes here early, but they really just played so well together as a team. Didn't give the Kangaroo Corral any chance to come back into the game. And this is going to be a very, very interesting game number 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta throw it back to draft. I want to see. I want one of my predictions tonight to be accurate. Honestly, this caster's curse is insane. Just one time. So give me I don't know, maybe somebody outdraft somebody else so I can get like a clear easy win here. Well, I know we've got a really really spicy matchup coming up for us in a little while. So I mean, let's get the scrapes. I don't know if we played scrapes for you guys in between on the 90-second break there. I hope we did. If not, maybe we'll get it after the game. Oh, no scrapes. Unfortunate. Anyways, I'm gonna put my money. I'm just gonna go ahead and put my money on Kangaroo Corral here. I think their mental stays in it. I'm invisible. That's okay. What do you think? Are you still on? You were on Team Dark Horse, right? Because they won that game too.
Yeah, I think you're right with the caster curse being really, really real, because I think everything I've predicted has almost always gone wrong. But really, I don't know which team's going to win, because I think both these teams have done really stupid things, and a lot of it just is the draft. I think it comes down to. I don't know why Altec mid picked Vayne mid. It didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't look good. I think if he plays a mage there, it's just such a better team comp. Obviously, there's a little bit more to say about how they played, and I think he probably would have been able to do a lot more because of the CC that maybe the Syndra could have had, and then maybe those 2v2s mid could have gone a different way, and that game could have looked different. I don't know, but I think whoever will win, I'll decide after draft, because if we have the same kind of draft here, I thought that maybe the Senna and the Cho'Gath wouldn't work. It did though. I mean, the speedy and tilted bot lane did also look very, very strong. Brand had the most damage on his team. So, they had really good moments, and I don't know what's going to happen. We haven't switched sides the entirety of the series. The Dark Horses still have blue side. They still have first pick, and the counter pick is still for the Kangaroo Corral. So everyone is happy being on these sides. Even knowing that blue side does have the natural advantage for wins, just barely. I think it's like 51%.
Mm-hmm.
But really, I'm really, really curious to see how this draft goes.
Yeah, back to the side selection. I do not understand. I believe Dark Horse has had side selection 3 times, so I think they've chose blue 3 times. But that means that Mr. Mid has taken red side twice, and I'm sure there's some strategy involved over my head. I'm just a lowly top laner, just on an island. But yeah, this is. I mean, more business as usual with our first 4 bans here, pretty much since game 1. Diana, Nico, Cassidon, yep, and there's the Camille. This is the only really ban that's been changing much. Is this third? Actually, no, third's been Sivir all the way through, right?
Yeah,
there's a
and
Mordekaiser.
The Mordekaiser.
Here it is.
So that does mean the Sivir is up on the table if they want to take it. I do think they should take it. Interesting. They should not pick Music X first.
No,
I
it's a
don't know why
karma.
they would.
It's a karma angle. Give me the karma. Actually, no. Pick another lane, but it's a karma angle.
I wouldn't hate the karma. I think definitely could feel really, really good.
Yes.
I do really like the Echo first pick. Actually, Victor first pick was also fine. I think this is the best pick for Lin, for the team. First picking it, I don't know if that would be the best thing. I think they could have found probably something just as good in maybe a different lane. But I do really think that Droid should have the Sivir. Get on something that is going to be, a lot of damage. Something he's comfortable on, one of his best picks for the TCL. But that does mean that obviously we will see a new match up top, and I do think that's the right choice for the Kangaroo Corral.
Agreed. I think there's no reason to be just handing over a champion that's that highly contested if they're demonstrating that they want to take it first time every time.
Plus, he's also done well on it too, where
Absolutely.
He's looked well, and he's also been comfortable, and he's used to that champion. Force
Yeah.
him to adapt game number 5, right? Put him on maybe, a tank that Lao Wall can, pick something that just works into a tank. But here, we will actually have the Lovers duo right off the bat, so similar aspects of the draft, but in different orders and in different priority. The question will now be, do we want to see, another jungler here? We do have Viviego still up on the table. Maybe we do see a top laner picked here for Music X. We could see the Ornn potentially. Echo could be on the table as well. Actually, that could be Echo Jungle, to be fair. But actually, they're going to say, no, we don't want the Sivir. Let's go with the Senna
I don't know.
again.
I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this. I think I'm with you. I would have liked to see a Sivir pick here.
I mean, there is no brand this time, so I don't hate the Cho'Gath Senna, because it's a little bit better. But I think definitely the Sivir has been banned. You've looked the best on the Sivir. I think you kind of just got the free win based off of the rest of your lanes winning. So I do think that is not the best they could have picked, but I guess that's not the worst. But we do have the Cassiopeia now in the mid lane going against the Victor.
So my concern in this lane, right, is the fact that if Rakan hits his initiate, I feel like Xayah is pretty much guaranteed her route into Cho'Gath. He's just so big and slow.
Yeah, it definitely could be that way. Plus Rakan has much more CC to follow up, so jumps in there with the Q, has the quickness, be able to jump out right away. So this could really be interesting to see. And then obviously with that, the Cassiopeia ult to layer on top of that with the if it's obviously well placed, could be very
Right.
potent. But
Right.
that's all to see if they can get that combo set up.
There's a lot of peel and there's definitely a lot of peel and CC already picked for the side of Kangaroo Corral here.
Yeah, but with these last bans, they will be the Olaf and Viego taken away from Teague, as we do have the Rammus taken away there from Wally. So, question will be: do we see a maybe top ban? Do we see a mid ban, or are they just going to take away another jungler from Wally?
Yeah, and I think it is worth mentioning that this Cho'Gath could go top lane. We could
Yeah.
see another farming support, or we could see a farming Senna. Granted, I don't think it will be a farming Senna. I'm pretty sure it's fasting. But this is
Interesting.
not necessarily a Cho support.
Yeah, but you can tell what kind of comp that the King of Crown wants to go for. This is all wombo combo. Every single player on this team has some sort of CC that locks champions down. And that combo is, I mean, it will be very, very scary. So the question will be, how does Lyle add on top of it if he wants to maybe go for, the Tom Kench on top? Because if he does get the, the good Abyssal Voyage, could look nice. But with this Scion locked in, that is going to be Scion top, so it will be the farming Cho'Gath again. And all we need is a jungle pick.
Yeah, and this is another comfortable pick for music. He does well on the Scion. He knows what he's doing. He knows his matchups. Won't be making any, uncomfortable mistakes. And he gets the Echo that they hovered first pick anyways.
Yeah, so Echo will be going jungle, with the Victor obviously going the mid lane. So this is going to be, I would say, a standard Dark Horse comp with, just strong champions that they're used to playing. And we do have a lot of hovers here. I guess this could be a Jarvan top, if they're going to hover. No, this would be a Nasus top. Inch. Nope, they will be the set. Okay, so I think that's a good pick. Number one, strong into Scion. Has a lot of champions to choose from to ult into the backline. Definitely a good choice.
Yeah, big fan of the set pick. You've got Scion on Cho'Gath both. He's pretty straightforward, easy to execute. He plays well into the rest of the comp that they've got picked right there. I've got to say that I do straight up like Kangaroo Corral's comp more this time. I asked for a draft where I could decide a clear preference, and I do actually like theirs quite a bit. They've got a lot of DPS between Cassiopeia and Xayah to be chunking down the Scion and the Cho'Gath. And like you're saying, man, they have no lack of CC, and I love me my CC.
Yeah, I mean the Wombo combo is real, and I mean it's so clear how this comp works. Jarvan goes in, or Rakan goes in, and then the other one follows up. Cassiopeia with the ultimate on the top. You got set dunking in the back line, and I think just the damage that the cast and the Zarya can put out is great. And again, I don't like the Zarya Cho'Gath. I don't think it worked. I think it just looked like it worked because the rest their top jungle and mid just won out. I do like Lynn obviously on the Victor. Teague's Echo is decent. I just think that um, their mistakes will be much more exposed this game,
Hmm.
and they won't get such a free win as they did the last game.
Yeah, I
But
think there's definitely a risk of that happening.
yeah, but I mean, the same thing happened in game number one where I thought it was going to be a clean Team Dark Horse win, and they got smurfed on. So maybe it happens this game again, right? Who knows? Maybe this comp just can't get going because they just fall behind because of Teague just popping off. Maybe Senna and Cho'Gath do very, very well with Rakan instead of Brand. So, um,
Right.
who knows?
Yeah. And I mean, I like the Cyan pick here. I would have liked to see a Karma pick coming out from Music at some point during the series, especially with 5 games. Playing all 5 games, would like to see a little bit of change up. Maybe if we'd gotten a Mordekaiser ban a game or two earlier, we would have seen some more variability in the top lane. As it is, though, this game looks like it could end up being pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, I think these comps are definitely, again, standard comps. I think if we're going to have any kind of game, it's going to be another game three where this is going the distance, where we're going to the 30, 35 minute, 40-minute mark. We've got multiple dragons on both teams. I mean, these comps have very, very kind of similar or just very, very obvious ways that they want to operate, right? You've got mostly a scaling comp here for the side of the dark horses, right? Where just
Hmm.
Santa gets the free farm, Victor and Echo can just, get really, really strong. And then you've got this comp from the King Corrals who just want to go and want to fight. And I think this is the game where they can actually do that because you saw how they were forcing last game. They didn't have the comp for it, but this is the comp for it.
Yeah, absolutely. They can definitely have a opportunity to dictate the pace of the game here in a pretty big way, moving forward. And I'd like to see some more of that proactive gameplay for sure.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it will be a story of if number one, the King of Corral can execute. Because even though they have this very, very obvious way to win, that doesn't mean they're gonna follow through. Right? I would say this is like a 60 to 70% in their favor. But if they don't have this wombo combo come to fruition, if they don't really have, maybe set dunking in the back line, Jarvan jumping in, cast ult, Rakan ult, if they don't really have that coordination, that communication, I think this will be a dark horse win. But obviously, a game of execution is obviously an important game to watch from both sides. So we'll have to see who comes on top for that.
All right, and looks like we are loading into the rift here. We're starting to load in.
Yep, we are going to see if there are going to be any fun early game. There's not really the best kind of invades for all these champions since there's not really like a hook that we've had in the past. We do have, the I would assume 5 point set for both these teams. Maybe they want to go for the invade because Rakan can provide some CC on top of maybe the set E and some other kind of potentials. But let's find out as we are into game number 5.
Yeah, and here we are with a 4 teleport comp too.
Yeah, I mean these players definitely want to make sure that they can assist the rest of their team across the map. No ignite here in the mid lane for any kind of potential 1v1. Wally does not have all members into that bush though this time, so he will be able to not have to fear about any kind of abilities or flash blown. But we'll have that 5 point setup from both of these players, both these teams rather, and we will be able to see what kind of pace of a game do we have.
Yeah, I would like to. I'd like to see an early gank bot lane come to some fruition and see if we can actually get something rolling down there, because this has been the story of just about every lane but bot lane, as far as I'm concerned, for the last 4 games.
Yeah, I mean you're right. There's really just been against the farming center where you're just constantly poking and they're just playing safe to not die. really all they can do is just kind of sit there and scale. And I think this is a game where they have to go for that because they don't have really the easy poke that the brand did give. So having Wally come, now they can actually lock up these members, right, with the quickness, with the Jarvan Cataclysm. This is definitely another game where Wally needs to be playing this champion properly and really looking for those ganks, because if he can pull off the same kind of play he did on the Rammus, this could be another just really, really strong game from him.
Most definitely. Oh, and a little canceled auto attack, making that a bit of an even trade in top lane.
Yeah, trading back and forth here for both his top laners, as Seth's going to have a little bit of the advantage here in the early game just because of the damage he can put out. But Sion can definitely get his grass proc to make sure he can sustain, especially with the corrupting path. So he'll definitely be on Lyle to be getting a strong priority here, as I wouldn't be surprised if he looks for the Flash E, because he gets the Flash E, goes for the W, that will be a dead Music X, or at least will be a trade of flashes, which definitely favors the set. But we'll be forcing Music away, so a strong start here for Lyle.
Yeah, and a big teleport advantage coming through here. Yeah, here comes the teleport back to lane. That's an early advantage to be establishing at the 3-minute mark.
Yep, and this is definitely how Lyle needs to play this lane, right? He's going to be able to have this priority, be able to really look for that 1v1 against the set, because every time, or against the Sion, because every time Sion goes for the Q, you can just get E'd, and then it looks a lot different. But decent gank there from Wally. Unfortunately, Ultimate was not close enough to really put down that DPS, so no Summoner's burned, and just barely gets away from the Gravity Field, so not too bad from Lin to stay alive.
Yeah, and another trade coming through in the favor of Lyle Walt on the set.
But outside though, Teague is around, just clearing out some vision, as another ward will be placed down though. So a little bit of this early game advantage again goes to Speedy and Tilted Tom, since they've really been winning bot every single game. Unfortunately, they can't really win more than just getting more CS. But a nice invade forces Teague off of the camps. Will not be able to get all of the Krugs away, unfortunately, because of the well-timed Q. But it's an invade nonetheless, forces Teague to go for a back. And they might be able to maybe go for another cross invade, or at least move to his top side.
Not a whole lot doing here in most of these lanes, as we're waiting for the junglers to finish their clears and see if they want to make an impact anywhere. Doesn't look like Jarvan's going to be able to do anything, just getting that full clear of this bottom side and then back.
Yeah, they do have just, decent training there from Speedy and Triple Tom, getting that nice root, as Lyle is trying to get a little bit more there. Top side, but can't really get too much, as the Music X is very, very low. So he will have to be a little bit careful, since Lyle is on his way to getting level 6. So when he does get level 6, he could definitely be looking for the immediate ult to shut down Music X. Music X does not have flash right now.
Yeah.
Burns it off screen, so maybe he goes for if he goes for a flash himself, maybe Lyle got caught under tower, has to flash away, but that means Music X will be forced away again, but this means that Lyle will be able to push in this wave, deny some CS and XP, so good on him to be able to force the sums out to maybe set up another kill potential once it gets to level 6.
Okay, just ran it back. Set actually, he had started the haymaker and then flashed to bring himself on top of the Scion for the kill. Music X was able to pop his shield though and tank that out, in which case Lyle just had to walk away there. That was an interesting aggressive look coming from Lyle, who's sitting right now on nearly a 30 CS lead at the 6-minute mark.
And, I don't think Lyle had to go for that hard of a force. I think he was almost level 6. Right, just wait till level 6. Then you can go for the flash.
Flash phase breaker into the auto attacks. You got your Q, you got your W, and you know that the music can't flash away.
Yeah, so I don't think he had to really go for that sort of aggressive play, because now he doesn't have flash.
Right.
So maybe there's a play in the future where maybe he was able to get flash somehow, but or at least having flash would have secured the kill. So
Maybe just trying to do a little bit too much. And I would like to see him try to set up a kind of a freeze here and force music to come into him and try to, I don't know, just do him dirty. He should have enough of a lead that he straight up wins that, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, priority bot though and priority mid means that this is another first tracking going over to the Kangaroo Corral. So they will be able to get the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, and that's
As
an ult
Wild
from Set.
Yeah, as the the ultimate comes in from Music Gax, maybe just to try to quickly get away from the true damage, but no, doesn't even get away in time. So we'll be able to, I guess, stay alive at the very least. E was not up for Lyle yet to secure the kill, so maybe it would have been a moment where Flash would have mattered.
Yeah.
We'll never know.
Hard to say.
At least Music X is doing a good job of playing to that weak side matchup and not dying just yet.
Absolutely.
We want to take a look across the map though for these golds, the gold charts. We can see that really top side is the biggest differential outside of obviously maybe just you know, a couple hundred gold here or there on the bot side. But really the whole entire gold lead is in the pocket of Lyle with about a 1,000 gold advantage. Ultec Mint being a decent trade cannot land the Miasma unfortunately to be able to stop Lin from being able to get away. But really this is the slowest early game and the slowest game we've ever had thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely standing out a little bit from the other four that we witnessed tonight. Not a whole lot happening, and Caster's Curse? Nope, nothing's happening here. We've only got one level 6, and it's on the Xayah, who will use it to run away anyways. Although there is a Teague in town. We'll see if anything happens here.
Yeah, we might be able to blow some at the very least since the ultimate is still up there. Does not land a W unfortunately. But, you know, obviously for Game 5, definitely the pressure is on for all of these players. I'm trying to play a little bit more reserved, maybe trying to scale up to give them the best advantage to win and not kind of throw the game away early. Definitely would maybe be a reason why the game is so slow, but... Nice knock up there from the Xayah means that she cannot get out in general. Swordmaster gets level 6 just in time, gets the chomp there onto Speedy, and that is first blood in the bot lane of all lanes.
Yeah, and this man is feasting down here. Cho'Gath, the 1-0. A good start. I guess I'm getting my wish of seeing something happening in the bot lane early. I mean, I guess relative to the rest of the lanes and what isn't happening in those lanes. And we're looking at a Herald in response.
Yeah, and I think Speedy did not respect the damage and the stun that Teague had. I don't think he realized that, you know, if he didn't ult away to protect himself, he didn't flash, he was dead. Maybe not realizing that the level up from the Cho'Gath was right there.
Yeah.
Lyle, though, obviously not stopping, making the pressure there. It takes a few tower shots, though, so is a little bit low HP, but definitely the best start at the bot lane for the Dark Horses could have wanted.
Oh, that auto attack followed Lin about a mile down mid lane, and with the poison from Cassiopeia was enough to secure the kill there.
So another 1v1 kill here in the mid lane. Sick mid though taking the advantage here. Well done from him, but Music X is able to get away. Wally did not throw down the Cataclysm in time to be able to stop the ultimate, but this means with the pop Rift Shield, puts more gold into Lyle's pocket, takes down the tier 1 with all the plates going over, as Xayah is here in the bot lane just kind of free farming on her own, getting a ton of gold and XP in her pocket, as they will only be able to take one plate here in the bot turret.
Yeah, it looks like mostly just some resets across the map here. Cyan moves out to catch a wave. Set's gonna step up, look for probably a solo kill pickup there, I would assume, with Music having to extend pretty far from the safety of his tower. And with his ult on cooldown and Set's ult up, this is looking very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, Set will be going in. I don't think he'll be able to get the kill, just because Music actually be able to flash away in time. Flashes away right there. Lyle will be at least forcing him back. He is relatively low HP, will be backing under tower. But Lyle, I assume, burn the ultimate, burns the E, uses all his abilities, and forces the flash. So Not too bad, but bot side, unfortunately, Y-Warp is going in. This is the combo we needed to see. Goes in with the quickness. Ultimate there coming out from Teague. Y-Warp is able to get away just in time. Zai will be able to ult back, flashes back. I believe the Feast coming from the Cho'Gath actually still has the Feast, as double TP comes in from Lin and Music Axe, so much burned from the side of the Dark Horses. Really, really great team fight to at least keep Y-Warp alive, keeps their bot lane alive. But all 5 members here are on the bot lane, which means they could look to take this dragon. But a lot of summoners burn, so definitely a fight in the favor of the King of Corral.
Yeah, and while the TPs may have been a little bit more than they were necessarily looking for, that does lend well into securing dragon number 2. And the Cloud wins Quicken.
Yeah, so Cloud Soul, not the best soul really for these guys to truly care about. So for Lyle to keep slip pushing, very good for his team. Gets more standing gold on the map. Obviously more pressure too. And honestly, both of these teams don't have to really care about the dragon. Obviously having Cloud Soul with some of his ultimates would be nice just for that move speed. But definitely not the best dragon to have. Not the really best dragon to worry about. But mid lane, Y-Warp is going on. Grounded, really well done there. I'll take mid. We'll be able to take down Mid Legend. As Teague is just a little bit too late, as the damage there from the Victor ultimate cannot get much else done. Teague is staying around though. George is here with Swordmaster, so maybe they try to look for some kind of overstep. It looks like they are responding pretty far back. But
wow.
Lyle is here, goes to the flash. E can only get Swordmaster. W needs W in time. We'll be able to get the Haymaker. Does a lot of damage. Warwarp takes down T.
Does the ult. There it is.
Sion is here. Ultimate comes down there onto Sion. No escape for him. Miasma should come down soon, but great rupture there. Will be able to take his team alive. Sun Ultimate comes out, is able to just scare them off at the very least. And that will be a, I believe, 2-for-0 for the Kangaroo Corral. Zaya, though, was left in the bot side to her own devices, as she is just getting so much damage here onto that tower. She should be able to get at least all 4 turret plates. She should not be able to get the 5th now that Ultec mid is here. Or actually, Lin is here, I apologize. But, just a really big goal lead now for the King of Corral, where they've gotten almost 2 towers pre-14 minutes. They've got a huge gold lead on every single lane, to be completely honest. Every single lane is ahead to a varying degree, but, this is definitely looking like a really strong early game start from the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about it earlier. They picked a self-enabling comp. They picked a comp where they were gonna go out and take a hold of the game, grab it by the horns, so to speak, and that's what they're doing here. Reminiscent, I've got to say, of game 1 and 3.
Yeah, for sure. And they're not stopping. I think definitely Lyle is a player who's going to play the same through all 5 games. And he's definitely always trying to push the pedal to the metal, always trying to be aggressive, as now that they are far enough ahead, the King of Corral might be able to feel a little bit more confident about these engages, about these pushes, as they are able to really try to get themselves a strong advantage here, moving in towards the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and Lyle just really extending that lead into the other lanes here. 3 towers down, the dude's been directly involved with all 3 of them.
Wow,
and I think he might even get away.
He might. The tower is here. It still has the, actually doesn't have the flash, unfortunately. He's just trying to turn around maybe to, gets the, oh, wow. Actually, Lyle gets away. Just perfectly gets the ult. Turns around, barely just dodges out all the abilities, and that's just a really well-timed escape from Lyle.
Yeah, an absolute set clinic, one might say here.
I know that's definitely gonna hurt from the side of the Dark Horses. Definitely was a kill you need to get, because that starts to at least take away his gold bounty, forces him to lose a little bit of gold there. But not having that happen is really tough, as now the King of Corral moves over to the Rift Herald. We'll be able to take that uncontested and look to maybe take down this mid turret. Minute left until the next dragon spawns. Will be the first Cloud Dragon. The advantage will definitely be in the favor of the King of Corral with all the pressure they are building. Waves are pushing top side. Lyle is pushing that wave bot side, as they will obviously be able to push out mid Instead of looking for that kind of prio. Ultec mid will be able to take down that Scuttle. Clear off some vision here and there by Wally, but 3 members are here. Actually, Wally goes right in as the team is just a little bit far behind, but forces the flash there from Teague and I believe Droid as well, so good job to look for that right away, but Ultimate will be down, so might be looking for a little bit more there as TP flank, I believe, there for Lao. Actually just walks into the back lane, looking for a lot there. We'll be able to throw it on the Haymaker and do a lot of damage as a great engage there. Wally takes down 1. Might be able to get the second one as Ultec mid takes down the Senna. That is 2 dead. And that will be a free dragon going over here to the Kangaroo Corral. On top of that, we do have the Rift Herald here summoned in the mid lane. Won't be able to take down this tower fully because there's not enough damage coming through. Actually, there just might be enough damage through with the Xayah, but Rupture will be able to stop that, and unfortunately can't get that much closer. Just holding everyone in mid lane there perfectly, forcing them to just hold that tower and not risk any kind of smite steal there from Teague with the flash, obviously, and the ultimate there. While Warp here is waiting, maybe for another engage. It could be looking for a turnaround. Low health bar, so does go for the engage there on the Swordmaster. Very, very low HP. The Senate does land a W, but you will have to be careful as he wants to flash away here. As the next death there will be Tilted Tom CC'd up by all his members, but that is a decent 1-for-1. Support for support definitely favors the team that is ahead, as they will extend their gold lead to about 7k. As we head into the 18-minute mark, Baron spawning here in 2 minutes, and this is just, you know, looking like a really, really good use of the lead by the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, they're playing really well there. I think you could maybe argue that that last trade was a bit of an overextension, a bit of an overstay. Maybe they could have gotten out there. But you're right. I mean, ultimately, trading support for support, they don't really lose a whole lot there. And they, I mean, along with that free dragon, they get what amounts to a pretty fair amount of pressure onto that T2 mid tower.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to, you know, be able to spend all this gold they just got. You know, big bounties on 3 of these members here. 150 on the Xayah and the J4. And obviously Ultec mid 3-0 and 3 with the 450 gold bounty. Ultec mid really, really having a strong match here as he is looking like he's going to be one of these carry members here on top of the, you know, Lyle just being a nuisance in the side lane.
Yeah, and speaking of Lyle, the guy is sitting on what has become 3,000. No, I must be reading that wrong.
That's a
Is it a
3,000 gold lead.
gold advantage on his laner?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, 50 CS up, taking the full tower of plates, taking, I think, 2 more towers as well, going for the play there just to get some damage, force him out of lane. But, you know, Lyle is just so strong in this game. But you have to be a little bit careful since the Senna is here with the help of Lin. So it could be a little bit risky, but with Ultec mid here to support, definitely could be looking to push another wave and maybe try to get a lot of damage here on this tower.
Else I'll point out that's possibly even more telling is the fact that Lyle is not just, you know, 3k ahead of his laner, but he's also sitting at just about 2k ahead of the next strongest person on the enemy team. Which happens to be, by the way, the support tied with the mid laner.
Yeah, and right now it is just a really, really well coordinated just execution from the Kangaroo Corral. Every time they've had, you know, Wally there with the Tom or Ultec mid, they've got the CC layer up really, really put down. You know, Wally Warp goes for it immediately, even though it's just a little bit too early, but the follow-up is always there from his team. So far
Right.
they're really, you know, playing this very, very well, and they're now setting up around the Baron to maybe just get a little bit of a bait here.
Yeah, definitely displaying some more of that coordination that we saw, especially in Game 1, but also Game 3, and, you know, not Game 2 as well to some degree.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good 50-50 to go for, since they do have the Cho'Gath on the other team, but TB's coming in from all different sides. Means that Jordan will be able to take down the Tom. Ultimate there into the back line from Lao. Walt takes down one. Is looking to chase down the other ones, but he'll have to run away because he is actually getting CC'd up. He will be able to be taken down there by Lin the Legend. As it actually might be a 1-team fight by the other team. Ultec mid will have to run away here. Should be able to get the reset off, but that is a 3-for-2, and actually the Dark Horses win out that team fight.
Yeah, you know, big. I've got to say, once Wally Warp's ult came down, and his target flashes outside of it, that became kind of a lost fight for them. It was just, it's not that it wasn't well played. It was just that the fact that the flash was up for, I believe it was Lynn the Legend, the fact that Victor could just flash right out of the Jarvan ult, it just kind of negated it. And it also put Senna, Droid, at, you know, on the opposite side of a barrier where he got to auto for free. Just ended up not being, I guess, the fight that Team Kangaroo Corral's really looking for there.
Yeah, on top of the you know, the Baron to KF stats that happened, obviously with, you know, a really just, you know, solid engagement with Music X, really forcing out these members to really panic, was I guess really just a good team fight to really force them a win. But this will be a contested dragon for the third dragons. Would get the King of Corral onto Soul Point if they can get there. This will be most likely a 5v5 as Roy will now be joining here. But the side of the Dark Horse is a little bit split, so it's going to be a bad engage right here, but a lot of CC landed, as this is a really great calculus, and ultimate there from Speedy just gets so much damage. The CC combo! Huge, as this is a 4-4-0. The layer is perfect, and Lyle is not trying to get more, but that combo was incredible. Immediate ultimate there from the Xayah, gets the huge CC. I mean, the damage that came down was just, that is the strength of this comp.
Yep, and shout out to Music X using his champion's ability. You are alive once you're dead with Scion, and manages to actually snag a kill on the Wally there at the end. Gotta love it.
Yeah, so definitely would love to have Wally alive here to go for this Baron.
Yeah.
But they should be able to get this no problem because they have so much damage between these three members. Or at least these two members, I apologize.
With nobody in position to contest, it's really just a function of not getting executed here.
Yep, and I believe Wally did respawn just in time to be able to get the buff. So this will be 5 members buffed
He
up.
did indeed.
This is a very, very strong King of Corral now.
Yeah, and sitting at a flat, just about a flat 10k gold advantage. They are definitely looking to put this game away. Just waiting for maybe that last dragon. Of course, Windsoul not being the most significant that maybe we were looking for, but nevertheless, it is a dragon soul, and that is a not insignificant power spike.
Yeah, especially when all of your champions' abilities really are, at least the composition success is based on using all of your ultimates in tandem. Having that move speed definitely helps a lot, but definitely isn't the way to win, because you can just 5v5 is out, and they don't even need to worry about the dragon, really.
Absolutely, and especially, I mean, I know Tilt and Tom on Rakan will definitely not complain about getting, you know, reduced ultimate cooldown and movement speed upon use.
But right now, using the Baron to push out 2 of these waves, as Ultimate might just be chilling in the Dragon Pit, as he might be looking to move down to that bot lane to have 3 points of pressure. But we do have the set just splitting there in the top side, no one contesting just yet. As Teague is now moving over, it looks like they're just trying to take away their own farm, trying to get so much gold into their pocket, looking for maybe one big fight to close out the game here for the King of Corral, as it's going to be a very, very difficult hill to climb for the Dark Horses.
Yep, and I mean, I'll use the phrase again. This is Kangaroo Corral's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen how, you know, on the other side, the Dark Horses have thrown away a game where it was in their favor. So there is still the reality that they could throw away this game for the King of Corrals, but this is obviously to be seen. I think the King of Corrals definitely, as a team, looks a lot more coordinated and together. But looks like there could be another pick off here, as Lyle will be shut down there. So, you know, nice pick. That does get you some more gold into your pocket. Shuts down, you know, a very, very strong member, and that is definitely the way to start
gold
to
on
come
the
back.
Senna.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, love to get that on Senna. Senna has the 2 completed items, is relatively strong, as, you know, the rest of his team is trying to scale up and really be able to contend. Gold lead is still about 10k, which is still pretty rough. But now, as the next dragon spawning in a minute and a half, should be able to, you know, keep pressuring these waves to easily transition over to claim the Dragon Soul.
So, and for those of you who don't know, this doubleheader tournament is taking place at the time of the LAN. in Chicago, the Tilt Boys Summer Land. So a bunch of the guys are together in Chicago right now at the at a esports hosting site actually.
And they
And
are.
I was curious. I don't know if anybody who's at the LAN is in the chat. Let me know if they are serving drinks at this place.
Obviously, having a cool LAN experience is obviously great, especially now with the COVID restrictions being lifted to some extent now that many people are vaccinated. So very, very fun to be all together in a LAN atmosphere in one of the local esports arenas there in Chicago. But back to the game. Obviously, a minute left before this dragon spawns. The King of Corrals not letting any kind of potential for a throw happen. Just playing it slow, setting up vision, clearing vision, making sure that this dragon will be theirs. If there is a team fight, it will be protected, or at least they'll be able to give them the best chance to win. As they're all just sitting in the bush, waiting for any kind of entrance. Really setting up here for that kind of wombo combo with their ultimates. 2 seconds left as the dragon will spawn. There's not too much of a rotation here from the side of the Dark Horses, looking like they're just going to give this up, knowing that if they lose the team fight, they will most likely lose the game. They will just be able to push down mid lane with all these long death timers. So, just being able to say, hey, take the soul, not the best soul to have. It's not like it's Ocean Soul or Mountain Soul, but we're just going to try to get more gold into our pocket and make sure that we can try to get ourselves back into this game. And, not kind of coin flipping on one play.
And I'm curious here. Looking at the state of TPs, all 4 TPs are up, off cooldown, available, ready. Is this a situation where you split the map as Kangaroo Crow?
I definitely think that they had that option, right? There's TPs on I'll mid and the set, so I think going for at least a 4-1 is more than fine, right? Send the side to the side lane, and then push one of the waves just to create a point of pressure to force at least one member to match you, or maybe a couple. Set obviously has a lot of ability to sustain himself. He has the Sterix, has the Haymaker, so I think that's more than fine. If they want to go for a full 5v5 force, they can also go for that, since they would just be able to win that straight up. But it seems like they're just going to want to, play it together, play it slow, go for the Baron here shortly in about 20 seconds.
Yep, Baron definitely looking like the next play to be made here. Pretty straightforward, just wait out, play the objectives, set up correctly, hit your resets, and then push it down. Pretty methodical gameplay at this point.
Yeah, and really they are going to have a fight around this Baron. They're just going to be starting it now for the King of Corral, but the Dark Horses are here. And we saw how this fight went the first time, but they are immediately disengaged from the Baron. They're immediately go for the fight. Combo will be coming in. Recon quickness comes through. Lyle takes down one, as here comes all the ultimates. Sharpen ult on Teague, keeps him trapped, and it's just a easy 1v1 for him, as that is 2 more members to go, or 3 now, as the Scion passive will be popped here. Another kill here, just barely. The Senna will fall, and that is a 5-4-0. That will be game for the King of Corral. The 6th seed will be upsetting the 3rd seed, and they will be moving on to play against Dad's After Dark in the semifinals. Just need to take down a few more towers. Should just be able to push this wave in. Even just tank tower shots. I mean, these death timers are just too long. Lin will be the first one up, but there's nothing that Lin will be able to do but watch as his Nexus falls, and that is Game 5 win to the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, GG's all around. That was a well-fought full 5-game series. We saw a lot of twists and turns in a couple of those games, and all around, I think it was well done by everybody, and congratulations to Kangaroo Corral for moving forward in this.
Yeah, I think we'll have to give a ton of props to them. I think the back and forth of this series was really awesome to watch. I mean, so many players really showed their individual power, right? We saw Music X getting some great soul kills on the Lyle. Altekman and Lin were going back and forth and back and forth. Wally with his quadra kill on top of the Rammus, and then obviously getting that soul kill in the bot lane, game number 5 for the Cho'Gath. It was really just a really strong game for both of these players and both of these teams. And unfortunately, did not pan out for for the Dark Horses, as it was just a really, really strong game number 5 for the Kangaroo Corral.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, at the conclusion of the series, we are going to have to pick an MVP for the interview. And I'd say probably there are only two possible selections here, and that's either I'll take mid or Lyle Walt.
I definitely have to give it to Altec Mid. I think he performed the
Mhm.
best throughout the course of the series, and most of these games were him being the big moment of strength. Right, his Silas game he had the obviously this current game on top of just he would be trading back and forth with Lin as much as possible, and he really looked like just a very very strong player. And I think Lau did look good, but there's a lot of times where he didn't look good, like with the Garen game, and he looked a little bit over aggressive at times. So I definitely would give my MVP to I'll take mid.
All right. And I do not know if we will be able to get him into the call here.
It did look like he did disconnect from his team's channel. Um, I am able to actually move them, but I don't see him in the game.
So would we
Um,
like to
we could bring someone else in
grab
if we want.
yeah.
We'll give the opportunity for someone to yeah. So if you want to come in, I guess we can bring in I say we could bring in someone that is not those three. I might actually recommend bringing in Speedy because I think Speedy played such a consistent game over and over again to where maybe he didn't really have the opportunity to really pop off in lane, but he was always a consistent factor for the Kangaroo Corral. So I say we bring Speedy. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's worth bringing in. He had a consistently strong performance, good showing throughout the all 5 games. Let's get him in
All
here.
right, let's drag him in. Speedy, welcome to the caster's desk.
Wow, it's nice here.
Glad to have you here. Obviously, congratulations on your great win against the Dark Horses. Obviously, we have a few questions for you. We'll make it short because we have to get to our next best of 5. But obviously, you had a very similar kind of bot 2v2 to play against with the fasting Senna into the Cho'Gath. To where you had you played really well into it, but you could really never get that 2v2 kill. You actually got 2v2 killed there in game number 5. So kind of tell me how your your thoughts work for kind of how you were going to play out this game and the series.
It was a matter of like when you're picking fasting Senna, like you either need to get to like super late game and just have all that range, or I'm just gonna have prio on you the whole time, regardless. They played an amazing series, by the way. Everyone played an amazing series, regardless.
For
Like,
sure.
and like it was just a matter of getting prio and just working around, like knowing I could just get more gold and XP. Really, it was not really too difficult. Like Tom's always just leaving and doing massive work around the map, and I just enjoy it. I just sit
For sure.
and reap all the rewards bot lane.
So my question for you is regarding, playing a full 5 game series. What was like and it was such a back and forth series. How was the team mental throughout this whole like roller coaster here? How was the comms the whole time? Like did you guys keep your heads in it? Did you have to like take a step back at all? Like what was it
And
like?
other than like the main mid, sorry Eli, I'm gonna take your blue buff for that. Regardless, no, they had an amazing mental all throughout the series. Everyone was just amazing. Like Bennett was just hard smurfing game 5. Like Eli popping off, Wally like amazing quadra kill on Rammus. Like that was just
Mhm.
I need to go back and watch that honestly. Like it
Yeah.
was just great. I'm glad and we got a date with Blood's team. Let's go.
All
Yeah,
right.
so kind of last question. Speaking of that matchup, obviously you are the 6th seed going against the 2nd seeded team, and you obviously probably have your history already with them with your one game. How are your expectations are going into that match, and what do you think the result will be?
I mean, since it's a best of 5, anything's possible. Let's be honest. And like, I just want a good series like this one. Like, this is a banger series. I'm sure everyone can agree. Like,
Absolutely.
and we got another banger series. I can't wait to see IREP win. Come on, buddy. I see you.
All
Yeah,
right,
there we go.
Speedy. Congratulations again on your win. Go enjoy with your team, and we will see you in the semifinals against the Dads After Dark.
Wife buff, boys. Let's go.
Wife buff indeed. But that is the conclusion of our best of 5 against the Kangaroo Corrals and the Dark Horses. Again, congratulations to the Kangaroo Corral. And it was a really, really strong effort from the Dark Horses. They looked really, really good in several of these matches. They had the really, really strong game 2, the very, very close game 3 with their comeback game 4. But unfortunately, their TCL season ends today. But we're going to keep it rolling because we have another long best of 5 ahead of us with we have the Footlongs against Front to Back. So we will be back very, very shortly while we switch producers. So stick around, and you will not want to miss the second quarterfinal.